Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today is day one of the World Cup finals. And of course, we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda facing off against Sergey Karjakin, and Magnus Carlsen is still in the tournament, but he's been relegated to the third place matchup with Vladimir Fedoseev. It's going to be an incredibly exciting finals match, and it's going to be a very exciting third place match. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky, and once again, it is a pleasure to be bringing you today's commentary with former women's world champion, Grandmaster Yifan. Yifan, it's going to be a pretty exciting day. What are your preliminary thoughts? Yesterday was just crazy.
Hi, Daniel. Yeah, definitely. I was like, when their tiebreak finished, I wouldn't really get back to the, let's say, to the normal life. Thought, oh, it's finished because everything happened almost in the last seconds. I mean, it's normal in some faster chess like rapid or even blitz, but when it happens in the World Cup in such a decisive match, that somehow gives it like more colors on it. And of course, today we're going to have, let's say, two very interesting matches. I was just thinking, before the tiebreak, whether Magnus and Sergey will face each other again in the final, but okay, they didn't play with each other.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a crazy grudge match, of course, after the World Championship match, but it is not meant to be. But still, Fedoseev, Carlsen, I'm looking forward to that match as well. Let's take a quick look at the format. Now, the one important thing to note is that in contrast to previous years, this is a two-game match. So it used to be the case that the finals were a four-game match, but not this time. And I actually quite like that choice. I think the players are obviously exhausted by now. A four-game match, that might be a little bit of overkill. So the format is going to be exactly the same as for all of the other matches, two games, and then August 6th will be a tiebreaker as we take one quick look, of course, at our bracket. We have Karjakin against Duda and Fedoseev against Carlsen for the third place match. Well, before we jump into these delightful matchups, of course, we're going to take a very quick first break, and we're going to let Yifan, we're going to let the players settle down, but this is going to be epic. There's just that feeling in the air. And we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the first moves of the final of the FIDE World Cup 2021 will be played. Don't go anywhere. The games are about to begin. Okay. And as we see, the players recording the information and the handshakes and the games have begun at the final World Cup 2021. Buckle your seatbelts. Yifan, this promises to be epic. Duda has been playing completely out of his mind, and honestly, that's been the story of the tournament. How do you think he's going to fare against Sergey today?
Well, but we saw that today. Duda, wait, he's having black pieces. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be very, very exciting and decisive. But to be honest, I don't know Duda very well. I mean, about his chess. Of course, he's super strong, and he didn't lose a single game yet in the World Cup. And we'll see whether he will keep this record until the final. But somehow it's hard for me really to expect what Duda will perform and how he gonna take it. But in general, I thought he's already showed an amazing performance and he's going to play the candidate. I'm not sure if he already anticipated that before he came to the World Cup, but that's definitely a great achievement for him. And if he won the World Cup, that would be even meaning more.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that he has no siblings that will have weddings, or everything will have to be canceled because Jan-Krzysztof made the candidate. So we're just gonna have to move some stuff around. All the bachelor parties have to get moved, and it is something that 2,700 plus players, they've got to know that they have a chance. But I mean, you could make a case for so many players winning, and when Magnus is playing, I mean, nobody's coming to the World Cup other than Magnus and saying, I'm definitely going to make the candidates. But of course, as we saw in the case of Karjakin's Fiddler, it's one thing to make the candidates. That's great. But losing in the final is incredibly painful in its own right. And it's not necessarily because of the money. It's also because you've made it this far. And, and you've lost just at the last moment. Now, something very interesting, Ifan, they are repeating the Vienna Gambit, or not the Vienna Gambit, but this is also called the Vienna, by the way. When people think of the Vienna Gambit, they think e4, e5, knight c3, and f4. This happened in Duda's game against
Magnus.
Against who? Against Magnus. This was Carlsen Duda from game one.
Yeah. And the Duda repeated the same variation, knight f6. Seems like he has full confidence. When we see here, Sergey updated the move. He played, seems like queen a4 check. Is it?
Ooh, queen a4 check.
Yeah, maybe he'll go some knight c6, knight e5.
Classic idea across many different lines. I mean, you're trying to take on c6. Bishop d7 is generally, or bishop takes c3, I guess, are the antidotes to that. I mean, Duda has to know what to do here. This seems to be something you would prepare for. Now, it's interesting that it repeats the line. You find that's against Karjakin, it's a repeat. But also, Sergey is not a d4 player.
Yeah, he's not. He's a e4 player, but recent years seems like he's also a bit universal. But I don't think he plays d4 very often. Sometimes he might play like c4, knight f3, this kind of things. Well,
rarely though.
Yeah, players around their level, I guess, could handle everything. Rook b8.
Ooh, that's a cool move, and it creates contact between the rook and the bishop that will open up in the event of knight takes c6. You're gonna, I assume, take with the pawn. And then the rook is going to be defending that bishop. This idea also exists in some other lines. And Sergey, I'm trying to understand why Sergey's up. Oh, he sat back down. I guess that is his move.
He just took off the jacket. Maybe it seems like he started to thinking. I'm not sure if it's habit or he suddenly felt like he didn't check in depth this option rook b8. Probably this is not something he paid most of his attention.
Yeah, and I like how I'm speculating on, is it still his preparation? He's just taking his jacket off, like he's just hot. It's just hot in the playing hall, and I can imagine after the tournament. So Sergey, tell us about the taking off of the jacket. What did that mean about, about whether it was preparation? It was just hot in the playing hall. All right, so let's explore some of White's options here. The most obvious is to take on c6. I would imagine, yeah, black takes, of course, forced.
But now which pawn to take?
Yeah, so if you take this one,
then bishop d7.
That's not terribly impressive. I mean, queen f3.
Maybe just castle.
Yeah, let's say something like bishop g5, for instance.
Bishop e7.
Yep,
Build the
unpinning.
structure. Okay, white got this isolated pawn. Black also have a C and A pawn, but seems like this could be equalized.
Yeah, something like bishop b3 and
Or you want to go B3?
yeah, b3 is probably better just to
Yeah,
not tie
like
yourself down.
one bishop D3. Not sure if white could get some initiative.
Yeah, I think white's
Even-
playing for a small edge here.
Yeah, even one day you push D5 and you probably just play positionally with two isolated pawns on the queen side for black.
Right, CNA. Yeah, I mean, if Duda analyzed this to death, I mean, maybe he knows how to equalize here. That's one option. And perhaps black has more accurate ways of developing here that.
Yeah, maybe queen D6. We're not forced to play bishop D7. There any other options? Maybe like queen D7?
Oh, so maybe the bishop can come to b7.
Yeah, and keep the eye for this D4 pawn as well. Maybe this is a better one.
Oh, queen d7 is really interesting.
Yeah, at first I thought bishop D7, okay, very natural, but this is like kind of forced move.
Right, because if white takes, then the endgame is completely innocuous, clearly fine for black. And if white drops the queen to f3, queen takes d4 is not out of the question. But maybe it's dangerous because of bishop b5 check. But you don't need that. I think you can probably castle
Or
and then
bishop
play bishop
B7. Bishop B7, you want queen G3.
Yeah, I was worried a little bit about queen g3, and then so I'm sure this is fine for black too. Castles, bishop h6, and then if black plays this correctly, but maybe even queen d4 now. Who knows? And of course, if queen g7, then there's bishop g8.
Maybe
Yeah,
bishop
there is
B5.
a check on b5.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not worth it, I guess, for black. But I like the idea of going castles straight away, or finding something after bishop b7 in g3. So, but in any case, I think queen d7 is in fact the likeliest move if Karjakin takes twice. He's taken on c6, by the way. So what we have, yeah, and there's also taking on a7, of course, which we haven't looked at. Rook d1 played.
Huh. What is his idea if short castle?
Does he want to snag that pawn on a7 and then come back?
But he can do directly without rook d1.
Right, exactly. The question is, why would he do this if he wanted to take that pawn? So let's say black. I mean, I assume black will castle.
Yeah, black will castle. Maybe he wants to keep the possibilities and develop the c1 bishop first. But it's hard because if you go bishop f4, you always face knight d5.
Right. And if you go bishop g5, then there's bishop e7. Which.
Yeah, I guess it's a critical moment for Sergey to decide which pawn to take. And I still didn't get the point of this rook d1. Maybe he just wants to avoid any queen d4, forcing variations and keep game going on.
Yeah, but not taking any of these pawns. I mean, that's like you're offered free sandwiches, roast beef or BLT. You got to take one of them. You can't just not take either pawn, right? I mean, they don't just fly by the side of the road. I mean, you got to take one. The queen takes a7 makes sense because this creates an outside passer. And in any endgame, that pawn could be pretty dangerous. But I guess black can play this move, which looks bad, bishop b7, I was thinking. But maybe eventually try to get c5 in. But that's not forced.
After bishop b7, I was thinking an interesting move. I mean, clearly that's not good, but the move like bishop a6, trying to force the exchange.
Right. Yeah. No, that's interesting. That's interesting.
But in worst case, black can play bishop a8. Oh wait, but then bishop f4, bishop d6. Yeah, I mean, in worst case.
Right. Yeah, bishop drops back, or maybe bishop a5, threatening bishop b6.
Yeah, so then we have to go back bishop C, bishop C8 maybe
Oh my
interesting.
goodness, that's an amazing move. Bishop C8, because now the rook is hanging. So if black drops back, the bishop. Oh, but oh my God, look at this! Look at this sequence. Oh no, but then the bishop on 8 is hanging. I was thinking something even crazier. I thought that for just a
Then
second.
knight
I thought,
D7.
but if there's also bishop C7, but bishop on 8 is also hanging. So this doesn't
But
work.
it's very tricky. We do not recommend most of the players to, self-trap the
No,
pawn on the corner like this.
not in the final of the World Cup. Yeah, absolutely. Oh gosh, this position is insane. Rook B2. The likelihood that this happens, I mean, it's not zero, because if Karjakin takes, then Bishop B7 is one of the top candidate moves for Duda. Rook B6 is also possible, maybe. Rook B7. Rook B7 seems a little bit awkward. That rook is neither here nor there after Queen A4.
Yeah. So
who knows? Who knows what Duda is going to do here? He's probably still in his preparation after Queen A7. Like, if he knew how to react to Queen A7 here, then probably he's going to do the same thing after Rook D1 castles.
okay, so how he gonna react from Queen A7 if without Rook D1?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure, but he's going to react the same way after Rook D1 as before. But yeah, I think Bishop B7 here is still possible.
Yeah, but maybe he's gonna do something like Rook B7, then Queen takes D4.
Oh, so what you're saying is maybe there was a difference.
Well, unlikely. I really don't like this idea of Queen takes D4, but who knows?
Yeah, that seems really dangerous. Queen takes C6. Rook B6 also should be taken very seriously, I guess. Or maybe there's some crazy move we're not factoring in. Bishop D7 also exists. Oh.
Bishop D7 has been played after Rook D1.
Oh, so here's the thing. After Queen takes A7, there's a draw. Rook A8, Queen B7, Rook B8. And the queen cannot escape the wrath of the rook. Wow, this commentary might last 4 seconds.
But
we might be watching Fedoseev Carlsen. Oh, they're still following. Karjakin and Duda are still following Carlsen and Duda. It's out of Steel 2019. Whoops.
That's interesting.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah, me too.
That changes a lot. Then they must be both aware of this.
Yeah.
So I wonder what Magnus played here. And we thank our incredibly hardworking producers, Vic, always supplying really cool information that helps us a lot. And Rook D1 is the new move. Rook D1 is the new move. Yifan, I'm going to say something mean. I'm not terribly impressed with Rook D1 as a novelty. I'm sorry, but I don't find Rook D1 to be like, oh, wow.
Well, you're brave to express it here, during the broadcast. I believe you are not the only one, but not many probably would say in this way.
This is a highly controversial statement.
But I was just thinking, because Sergey was thinking before Rook D1, now he's thinking again. I'm not sure it might be his strategy to go for some equal positions and letting the match go to the tiebreak with the full confidence with his black pieces, or maybe he has something in mind, because now we understood he's not thinking for the moves. He probably, try to recall something. So I'm just wondering what he will react in the next few moves.
I think there's an off chance that he just wants to develop his pieces and say, forget about the pawns. I'm going to go Bishop G5, Rook C1, and I'm going to play against Black's weak pawn structure. The reason I feel like this doesn't promise that much is, Black has the D5 square for the knight, and I don't know. Again, when you're analyzing with computers, everything comes down to concrete details, and it's very easy to look at a position and say, oh, this is not impressive, but Karjakin might have analyzed something 20 moves deep, or he might understand the ideas on a deeper level. And it's very important to understand that. So he's thinking after Bishop D7, we will revisit this position and see whether he takes on A7. If he takes on A7, then the game is going to end in a very quick draw.
Yeah, maybe
Um,
some g5 exchange the knight and then knight e4, knight c5, queen c2 to play something positionally. That
right.
might be the ideas.
Something like this and then this. I mean, maybe not immediately, but at some point. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay,
By the
so
way, we
yeah.
the other game we haven't talked about, it seems like Magnus start a long think after move 3.
Yep.
At first I thought it was
H4.
some transmission let's say issues, but now I realize he's really thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking after. And H4 has been very popular lately. Fedoseev has played this move against me online probably 100 times. So I'm not surprised to see it played in this game against Carlsen. It's acquired a lot of legitimacy, and a lot of players who haven't, or a lot of people who haven't seen this move before, will be thinking that Fedoseev is trolling, or that this is a transmission error of a different kind. But in fact, and we discussed this, I think, in a previous broadcast. H4, early H4 in many different openings, has become pretty mainstream. Wow.
Maybe show us some other examples. Let's say what kind of openings.
Yeah, that's a great. I mean, of course, there's the old example of the Trumpowski Bishop G5, 94 H4, but this is H4 for a different reason. But in a Blitz tournament, I think 2 years ago, Kasparov started playing H4 in an Imzo Indian. In this line, C4 E6, knight C3 Bishop B4. I don't remember exactly which position.
Okay.
But you know this line with what is it? A3, Bishop C3, Queen C3, castles, Bishop G5, here, B6. And one of these positions, Kasparov started playing H4. And I think that's kind of what started it. This got a lot of attention, and then people started playing H4 in various positions. So.
Yeah, you reminded me. Also, I remember I played with black. I played black with a Snimzo Indian, and also I faced 1H4 back to the year of 2010. Also in the World Championship, this knockout system, and also in the line Queen C2. And I remember there was some CD5 then H4. Okay.
So like D5, CD5.
Yeah, some Bishop G. Okay, I don't remember exactly.
But it was something to this effect.
To play H4, that was, I'm not sure it's exactly the novelty, but at least not the mainstream. And turned out to be also very tough.
Yeah, it's hard to refute these moves. Now, like it's a little hard to explain what the idea of H4 is here, because it's not that White wants to play H5 now. This is way too premature. You don't want to give up the fun yet. So let's say Bishop G7. I think the idea is to play knight C3.
Wait until D5, CD, knight D5, and then go for H5. But I guess the question here is whether Magnus played G6 for Greenfield or he plays G6 for King's Indian.
Yeah, I mean, I selfishly hope it's for King's Indian. Also, maybe he played it for Grunfeld, but now seeing H4, he might transition to the King's Indian with D6. And we've already seen H4 before in the World Cup. Shanklin beat Svidler with 3H4 in round 5. So
that game with deep preparation, and Svidler play some bad queen moves and just lose immediately. Is that one?
Right, it is that one. And I don't know what Svidler played there. Svidler, of course, is a Grunfeld player. But as you illustrated, Yvonne, here you can't really be stubborn and forcibly enter the Grunfeld, because you might allow H5. So you have to be flexible, and that means a couple of things. You can play it in a Benoni way. I've seen a lot of people go C5 and basically claim, well, it's a good Benoni with his pawn on H4. Well, Magnus is finally making moves. He fought for 17, 18 minutes. That's a long time. He's gone Bishop G7, knight C3, and D6. He's gonna play King's Indian. Yes, he's gonna play King's Indian. I'm happy. This is gonna be juicy, but
I'm just wondering, because you mentioned the Fedoseev played, let's say, with you like a lot of Blitz games with H4, but whether he played some, let's say, serious chess or classical ones with H4, or very rare.
I don't think so. But I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. Fedoseev loves these kinds of lines, as we all already know. And he's gone E4. So we have a mainline King's Indian with essentially this could have arisen via King's Indian move order. And imagine Capablanca or, some early world champion looking at this position. Already the King's Indian would be surprised. Then they would see h4. Like, what does chess come to?
No, the chess we know.
Yeah, exactly. This would have gotten you banned from a tournament for trolling. All right, so again, Black has a choice. Now, normally in the King's Indian, in the main line, Black castles at this point. But this pawn on h4 is going to make you think twice about castling. I don't know whether White is supposed to play h5 and sack an exchange on h5, or if White plays something more measured, like bishop e2 to prepare h5.
Yeah,
either move looks unpleasant.
So maybe Black should delay the short castle and trying to create some counterplay in the center, starting from the move. Well, it's hard because e5, d5, and c5 maybe dc5.
Oh, dc5. dc5, and then generally you play queen a5 in these
right.
cases.
Yeah, that's cd9 d4.
Right. And I think I just say d5 because I think that's what Fedoseev played online. And many times I remember trying a Benko Gambit type idea, b5.
Wow.
And cba6. This is actually pretty common. But I always failed to equalize. Like I never was able to get a viable position. And this constant threat of h5, coupled with the fact that there's just not enough compensation in these positions. So, but it's something Magnus must be considering. Yeah.
Or maybe he'll start some knight bd7 first. But White can just develop like bishop e2 and already threaten h5, and it's always a problem for Black whether to push h5 or not.
Right. And I mean, Black could play it standard King's Indian fashion with e5, d5, knight c5. And I wonder how Fedoseev's going to go about defending this pawn. Now, f3 would not go very well with h4. If you play f3 here, it weakens the g3 square. Black could go knight h5. I don't like that at all.
Yeah,
so
maybe
probably queen c. Bishop f3 actually is a nice move, or queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2 probably even stronger. But bishop f3, now we have two threats. But queen c2 the same, b4 and h5. One of them would work.
Right. And h5 is particularly unpleasant. Black would probably have to go h5.
Yeah, that would be.
This better.
Is simply bad for Black.
Agreed.
Yeah, queen c2 was much stronger. You even have c5, that's probably coming very soon.
Yeah, once the knight has to drop back for it. This is always a bad sign in the King's Indian. And the move a5, trying to cut into this pawn phalanx is an important resource, but White can prepare for it by playing, for instance, a3 or rook b1. I mean, it's not an issue.
Carlsen made a move. Seems like he developed the queen side pawn. Knight c6. Okay. Yeah, preparing e5.
Yeah, that's interesting. Knight c6 first. And just to show, if he'd gone e5 straight away, then you run into d takes e5. Because Black is uncastled, you're going to have to move your king out, and this is highly undesirable. It's not the end of the world for Black, but you don't want this to happen in the first, because Black has no winning chances there. And Fedoseev
also sometimes after short castle you play e5, White has a line of d takes e5, and now you got your king moving around. Losing the chances of castles just seems like not at least in favor of Black. Right.
Okay, so finally, Vladimir, well, not finally, it's only move 6, but he's thinking for the first time in this tournament. And there's a couple of things to consider for White. I mean, first of all, White always has to consider d5 here. But
maybe e5.
Yeah, that's generally the idea.
Now we got this g4 square since the pawn already on h4. So after f4, the knight will happily jump to g4.
Yeah, this is a great square. So that's, yeah, I thought maybe you start with bishop e2.
Then how about h5 here?
Yeah. And then, this is not particularly, crazy knight f3. I'm just trying to play for a small advantage, making it harder for black to push pawns in the center. But I think black is fine here. You could even take and go knight g4. And this is a classic King's Indian position, c6, queen b6. I think black's totally fine here. So that appetizing.
Yeah, because the structure is kind of fixed and it's hard to tell what white is hoping for if you push d5. So I guess probably white shouldn't be hurried to push the pawn and try to, maybe now he should try some like f3, bishop e3, knight e2 idea, because in that case, h4 is actually a meaningful move.
Right. So you're saying f3 immediately.
Well, it's a bit weird on the other case, but we can have a look. How about this one?
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing h4, you might as well take some risks. Yeah, so I guess e5.
d5.
Yeah, knight d4. And generally in the same issue, go knight g2.
Yeah, then you got c5.
Right, and you get this potential pawn sacrifice on passant, and then black. There's a very important detail here that some people overlook, which is that if black tries to take on e2 first, here there might be even cb.
b7, yeah.
Yeah, oftentimes there's c7, giving away the pawn to preserve the bad pawn structure for black, not allow the b pawn to move to c6. But here that's a moot point because cb exists as well. But black will sack on d4. In the King's Indian, you don't worry about pawn sacks. And you get a position.
That's castle short. Yeah, this is very good for black.
Right.
Due to this total exposure to king, and the white now should worry about, when he could castle.
Yeah.
And where to castle, because your pawn h2 still can play like bishop e2 short castle, but here.
No, this is, I mean, there's also an x-ray going against the queen. Now you're regretting the pawn on h4 because then h5 is coming. So this is not the recipe for success. But white doesn't have to, of course, take the pawn on c6. White can simply leave this knight on d4. I've seen this played like this, and I was always surprised. But white can make a move such as knight g3.
Wow.
And somehow, even though you have this incredible looking knight, after something like h5, bishop g5, white has a plan of going bishop d3, and then castling, and eventually preparing f4. And it's not as easy to deal with it as one may think. So that's a modern chess for you, just leaving a knight on d4 like this.
That is remarkable because most of the players might think, okay, it's a standard knight, because in this type of structure, normally black's knight is supposed to be somewhere on e7 or maybe d7, but now it's on d4. Seems like black will be happy for that, but we'll just leave this knight doing nothing in the middle and trying to create some side attack. So that reminds me some similar structure in Sveshnikov variation of Sicilian. There's one knight like bishop g5, bishop f6, bishop f6, c4. And one day, black might also bring the knight to d4, and white simply leave this knight here and play some more like knight c3. So some similar ideas, but of course not exactly the same because that position is more open and here is really closed.
But that's a good compare. I know what you mean. Black knight on d4, you just kind of leave it there. Just because the piece is on an outpost, I guess what it illustrates, it doesn't mean that that you can't do anything. And I quite like this approach. I think f3 is a good move. It's risky, but I think it flies. It flies. So it's not unlikely that Fedoseev plays it. What you probably don't want to do, and you could go knight f3. I assume that maybe this isn't great because of bishop g4.
Yeah, knight f3 before.
But you could go bishop e2 here, and it's honestly not that bad. Normally in the King's Indian, of course, black doesn't go bishop g4. That is a line of the King's Indian, but it's not necessarily. And you might get a similar situation, e5, d5, bishop f3, and the knight's going to plant itself on d4 again. And again, maybe white is happy to see this.
But now with one let's say with some exchange, I guess that would be in favor of black.
Yeah.
So you
No,
still you want to
definitely.
do something like maybe G3, bishop G2, short castle, and trying to develop the king side.
Right, G3, bishop G2. That is similar to the Sveshnikov, C4 Sveshnikov. The sort of kind of situation you get with the bishop there. Yeah, several options on the cards here for Vladimir, and as he thinks about how to handle knight c6, let's check back into our game between Karjakin and Duda, where Sergey has gone bishop g5 after a pretty long think. He has. Oh no, he hasn't. He hasn't. My apologies. Where has he? He has. He has. No. He has played bishop g5. He has played bishop g5, but this just happened, so it took a moment to update. And we were talking about bishop e7 here being a pretty likely option from Duda, unpinning himself and opening up the rook. I'm sure it's not forced. There's other ways to handle this position.
Yeah, unless you play c5. I mean, that's clearly not a good option.
Yeah, c5 would be premature. Even queen takes a7 is probably possible now. And
okay,
the queen
you
is
got
a
queen
pathway.
queen f3, yeah.
Right. This used to be a draw, but now the queen drops back to f3. So c5 is out of the question. Bishop e7 is one candidate move. I guess you could play h6 and force the bishop to decide.
But then bishop f6, queen a7.
Right, and then I guess castles.
Take
but no, I'm blundering. I'm blundering c7. Yeah.
You can play queen.
Queen back to d8. Yeah. Yeah, and you get a structure like this. I guess white's playing for a tiny advantage here, but I'm still not like. I don't see Duda getting in big trouble here. I feel like he's quite comfortable in these positions. So we'll see what decision he makes after bishop g5, but we are going to go on our first break of the day after the games have begun. We've got two very interesting positions. We're closely following the final of the FIDE World Cup. And of course, we're looking at the third place match carefully as well, because it involves the world champion. Got some interesting developments there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes with more World Cup action. The World Chess Championship is coming your way in November. It'll be held in Dubai between two relatively unknown players, Jan Pamishi and not Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, but Fabiano Caruana, he's the 2018 challenger, and we are delighted to announce that Chess.com welcomes Fabi to the World Championship commentary team with Robert Hess. It's going to be absolutely lit. You will not want to miss the broadcast, particularly because Chess.com has the exclusive video feeds of the World Championship on Twitch. So this is your one-stop place for Fabi, for the video feeds, for Magnus. Make sure you take an extended vacation in November to watch the World Chess Championship. But we hope you're taking an extended vacation right now because we got the finals of the World Cup going on. We're watching Karjakin play Duda in the finals and Magnus play Fedoseev in the third place match. And right now in the Duda game, you found Bishop E7 has been played. And Karjakin currently contemplating his next move.
But I'm just a bit surprised to see that Sergey spent a lot of time here, according to our production team's information that the Queen F1 Knight E5 Duda has a game, right? So this is not something new. And I guess Rook D1 is his preparation, but he spent a lot of time not recording his preparation. This must be some new position, not like exactly new. He might have some similar ideas, but just to say, this concrete position he's thinking by himself, but that's a bit weird, to be honest. We all know his mastery pawn preparation that he showed in the tiebreak versus Sam Jacklin.
Yeah, we do. And I think we were talking about Queen C2 and just basically abandoning the pawns and saying, I'm not going to take them. And, you know, after castling, White isn't compelled to take immediately, but the bottom line idea here might be to take. And if you notice the C5 square, the knight swings around, you know, it's a little bit of a clamp. But of course, Black's up a pawn, two bishops. I don't feel like Black has any issues here.
Yeah, Black should be fine.
I'm skeptical
Maybe
of this.
you'll just play something simple like Queen E7, Rook D8, bring the rook targeting the D4 pawn, and one day you retreat the bishop to E8, you know, just stays here. Even double the rook on double the rook on D5 would be hard, but we'll see what White can do.
Right. Maybe you should double the rooks on the D file and swing one of the rooks over to G3.
Actually, I said for Black. That's the reason I stopped. You're saying from
okay. Yeah. Oh, Queen A7 play.
A7.
Wait, isn't that a draw?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Are we about to see the game end? Or am I dumb?
Queen A7 has been played.
That's a draw for. Or am I hallucinating? Is Rook A a repetition?
By the way, I was thinking you can play Bishop F6, then Rook Queen A7. No, but then Rook takes B2. Because in that case, Rook A8 will face Queen C5.
Oh, so you wanted to open up a square for the queen. I don't. Rook A8, it's a draw. We are watching the Magnus game today. And Karjakin, in 10 moves, he just decided that he's not creating any difficulties. I agree with this decision, given the position. I think if he treated his queen, Duda has no problems there. And a draw offer, essentially a draw offer, when draw offers are not allowed, is to offer a 3-time repetition. And the first game of the finals, relatively anticlimactic as it ends in a quick draw. Repetition is claimed and confirmed by the arbiter. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has to be happy. He holds a quick draw with the black pieces. He's going to have White tomorrow.
Yeah.
Karjakin has been insane with White this tournament.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to get to the tie breaks with a full of confidence.
Right, but what worries me is that Duda's going to have what? Duda's going to play full tilt tomorrow.
Yeah, but with the solid opening with Sergey, well, definitely he'll face some pressure.
Right, he'll try. But yeah, I agree. Sergey is so solid with black. And Sergey's only lost, well, yeah, he lost to Sam. That was the only match he really struggled in, I feel like. But he did lose a lot of games with black to Sam. And he's going to have to make some changes. He's going to have to build and learn from that. And wow, 43-minute game. That might be the shortest shortest game we've seen in a while. Now it has to be. I have to always say in these moments, it is disappointing for fans who were hoping for, let's say something more higher energy. But I have to say that these players, they have their own considerations, and how the expression goes: before judging someone, walk a mile in their shoes. Maybe Karjakin's woke up exhausted today. You never know. And if you're in his shoes, it may make perfect sense to make a draw here. So I'm completely on that train. I wish this game was really entertaining, but I also understand that there are realities on the ground that these players are facing, which can be hard to wrap your head around if you're just sort of, oh, why didn't you go for the win?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, chess is still a competition, right? So in the competition, you have the skills, but you also have the strategy. So it depends on which perspective you're looking. If you're looking from the chess fans or followers, you definitely hope something, let's say a real fight, because you don't care so much who win. Of course, you might have someone you support, but as the players themselves, they have to consider more. They will think about in what type of situation they will have the most chances to win the title. I guess that's their priority. They don't care the process that much.
Right. And I think you make a great point. And I think it should be their priority. I think that what gives chess its high-level chess its beauty is the objectivity with which the players approach the art of trying to win these tournaments. And if yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was all I was going to say. Just that this is what lends chess its scientific aspect. These players are searching for the best strategy, for the truth in the position, whatever that may mean.
Mm-hmm.
What were you going to say?
And I just wanted to say that following your comments, like they are able to make the most rational decisions. That's also important because they know at what point they do what. As you said, so probably Sergey just wake up and thought today it's not his day, so he just suddenly changed his mind. That's also possible. So we never know, because we're not the one who's there playing the final.
Yeah, but sometimes when you come to the board, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're out partying, the night before, you just might wake up and feel, kind of crappy. It just happens. And Sergey he's human. Everybody can relate to that. And you need your brain firing on all cylinders when you're playing a final like this. But Duda's got to be even more exhausted. He had a tiebreak against some dude named Magnus yesterday. Pretty easy stuff, right? I mean, beating Magnus in a tiebreak, come on. Anybody could do it.
Yeah, therefore I thought that today to have a, let's say, a quick day to have some rest would be very welcome for Duda at least, especially he got black pieces.
Yeah, maybe Duda's going back to his hotel and he's just going to pass out after yesterday's match. He's like, I'm taking the extra sleep, although I guess it's afternoon in Sochi. All right, so we've got basically one game, and that's Magnus against Vladimir. And Magnus did decide on the move d5 here. Very principled. Knight e5 and bishop e2, which we talked about, h5. And now bishop f4, just developing his bishop. And Yifan, you mentioned an important point. This would be bad because the knight entrenches itself on g4. This is a huge outpost. You do not want to yield this outpost for free. Bishop f4. And black to play. I guess
this is a very tricky move, because the black needs to decide whether you will allow bishop e5 or you do not want to allow that. I guess that's a serious question. What?
Look at that angle. Look at that camera work. You ever want to see the color of Fedoseev's eyes? Camera
job. Suddenly,
really
I guess it's the first time that when I'm following this camera work, and I saw that there's the focus on person's, let's say, this part of the face.
Right. That's some serious zoom right there. And that can only be those can only be the eyes of Vladimir Fedoseev. And yeah. That was cool. Okay. And we just got to realize, like, I remember, when I was following live tournaments, I'd say 2010 or so, when the camera feeds first began to be a thing. I mean, there was a time when, you know, perhaps some of the younger members of the chat and the audience this might be mind-boggling. Like, you used to just look at the board. Like, you weren't looking at the cameras, just looking at the board. There were no cameras in the tournament. Then the cameras appeared, and it was just one view, and the camera was down a lot of the time. Now we got Fedoseev's eyes and Magnus's face and his hair, and we got the playing hall. And it's great to watch tournaments now. It adds such an element of intrigue. But yeah, there used to be a time when none of this existed. So I guess it's cool. I guess it's I'm really happy that we're able to enjoy this in this way.
Definitely, because thanks to our, let's say, camera work, I realized they too are having the different style. I mean, talking about the appearance. I didn't pay attention to this kind of things before.
Right, exactly. But now, yeah, now you have no choice but to pay attention to it. And it is disconcerting. You know, the only tournament I've played in with this kind of level of camera work is the US Championship, because every board has a webcam directly trained on your face. And that really, what that does is it raises your level of consciousness, in the sense, like, if you've blundered, normally, you know, you can show some emotion, but here it's like, I remember just being completely emotionless the whole game. I mean, I'm normally pretty unemotional at the board, but I was especially just like, everybody might be watching my game right now. I'm not gonna go crazy.
Okay, so you even pay attention to that, because for me, I was like, okay, with camera, without camera, it's basically the same thing. And I never checked, let's say, trying to check the video of my camera, although I did it with to follow others, but I never tried to follow myself. So I don't know how I might looks like through the camera. Therefore, I wouldn't think, okay, how should I behave the next time?
Right. Well, that's the right approach. But the first, this is more so the very first time I played in 2011. Once I got into the groove, it became second nature. But I remember the first time it being pretty interesting experience. But these players are totally used to the spotlight. It's what makes them nervous, if they are nervous, isn't the fact that there are cameras and 20,000 people watching. It's that, you know, tournaments on the line, that kind of thing. And El Magneto continuing to think he's below an hour.
Yeah, as we said before our this camera discussions, after bishop f4, black needs to decide whether to avoid bishop e5, d5 or not. But if you wanted to avoid, there are not so many options, because you cannot jump to g4. You do not want to retreat to d7, because if you go knight f d7, white may just try some move like bishop g3. Then f4 will become a threat at some moments.
Right. Yeah, f4 always needs to be reckoned with whenever you have a knight on e5 like that. And I guess in response to a move like c6 appeals to me because it creates immediate pressure on white's center. I think if black plays too cooperatively, white's going to bring out all his pieces and be better. Although maybe black can just castle it. There's nothing wrong with just castling here. I think.
Right.
And I wonder what Vladimir is going to do here. Is it queen d2? Is it knight f3? How is he going to deal with this position? Because knight f3, I don't know. I mean, takes. And we talked about something similar, knight g4.
Yeah.
Or knight d7 back to the other knight comes to e5. And then eventually you want to play c6 and queen b6 and all that jazz. All right. Let's see what Magnus says. I feel like he's about to make a move. He just has that.
He just look right and turn his head back.
He just has that look. 8 moves in, but he's not got a lot of time. Fedoseev took a while on bishop f4, though.
Yeah, maybe he wants to, wait to see the black's direction. He wants to delay this knight f3.
Right.
By the way, after short castle, how about f3? I know it's very weird here.
No, I mean, it makes sense. First of all, you want to solidify your center, and g4 at some point is not out of the question. But I played c6 here.
Knight h3.
Queen b6.
Queen d2.
Yeah. And I guess probably I'll play. Maybe there's some bishop h3, queen g1. Is there bishop h3, queen g1?
Yeah, clearly I missed it.
Okay, he's made a move. Is it d6?
But bishop h3, I have bishop e3. Then queen, rook h3.
Oh, you have an intermezzo. He's played a move. I can't make it out.
Short castle he played.
Oh, he castled. Yeah, okay. So
Wow,
might...
now our camera work is even more artistic.
This is so meta. Like we're seeing the camera do the camera.
Love this
the
one.
camera capturing the camera.
And also you see the artistic flowers and the pieces in front
Beautiful.
of the camera. Yeah, that's a beautiful angel.
Yeah, no, it's honestly a lovely part of watching tournaments. It's just you know, you don't have to be a experienced chess player to appreciate the competitive quality of it, and the fact that you can see all the players and all the emotions on their face. It just adds to the level of intrigue. Okay, so yeah, so Magnus has castled, and Vladimir is thinking about how to position his pieces. So what are the candidate moves? You suggested f3, Ivan. There's knight f3. There's queen d2 or c2. I don't know.
Yeah,
queen d2 and bishop h6 would be.
Or even knight h3 immediately, because f3 is actually unnecessary. So you go knight g5, then short castle. Maybe that's one of the ways.
Yeah. Yeah, white could end up being slightly better here, you know, because CD, CD. I've had a ton of these positions with black, and this pawn on d5 is annoying. It stops you from ever really going e6. And white is a simple plan, you know, short castles, queen d2, rook c1. Ugh, arrow drawing has been even below my usual shoddy standards. But yeah, I quite like Fedoseev's opening choice. This h4 against Magnus. It takes some, you know, it takes some guts to do that, and he didn't hesitate. Fedoseev is like that. He doesn't care who he's playing. He plays this. He plays the same thing against anybody. He doesn't care if it's Magnus or Schmagnus.
Yeah, that's actually a very unusual and I guess precious, let's say, ability, because most of the players might choose different when you play, let's say 2008 or 2004, right? It could be completely different.
Right. And
okay, so we talked about some weird ideas like developing the king side pieces, and we talk about queen d2. Well, I don't see many other options, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's definitely queen d2 is going to be one of those moves. And
yeah, but the question is, how likely you're going to play bishop h6. So we do not need this move at this earlier stage, I guess.
I agree. And I mean, the reason, for example, after c6, bishop h6 is just not, that looks very bad. Takes, and queen b6. You know, just all these threats and queen is misplaced. It's not like it's mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bad. Queen a, maybe black has something even stronger here. I'm not ruling that out. And always, you know, in these positions, you have to watch for, you know, this queen f2 check idea.
Yeah.
King f2, knight g4. So this always exists when white's queen is on h6 and the king is uncastled. All right. So Mr. Fedoseev is contemplating his next move. And
follow the camera, it feels like Carlsen today is not in a very spirit mood to play this game. I don't know. I mean, his body language just shows something like that.
Yeah, why could that be?
That match, yeah.
I was talking on my stream yesterday. Magnus tweeted a very gracious, and I have to say Magnus is always very, very gracious in defeat. So what I'm about to say is entirely humorous. I'm in no way trying to disparage Magnus's very professional, always graceful behavior. There was a tweet issued shortly after his loss to Duda. Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof played amazing. And I could just envision, Magnus's manager typing up the tweet, and Magnus is sitting in his hotel room like, he's going crazy. So he definitely is not in a good mood. And I think somebody, and perhaps we could confirm this, I wonder how many times the top seed has won the World Cup. I would imagine that it's not a lot. These tournaments are rarely won by the top seed.
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so we can recall. So last time it was who's the last time? Oh, Rajabov.
Rajabov, who was definitely not the top seed.
Oh,
because he defeated Ding Liren in the final, or who was it?
Yeah, he defeated Ding Liren last time.
Yep. Who was definitely higher rated than him. And then Kamsky, who won it in 2000?
Aronian. 2017 Aronian. He probably is one of the top seeds.
Yep.
Maybe not.
Aronian might have been the top seed.
Well, I remember, he's not exactly the top, but I guess maybe top 5 or 6, because in the year he won, I played him in the second round. So I remember I was somewhere in the middle. So when I faced him in the second round, I guess probably he's one of the top seeds.
Right. Yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to look up. And I started watching the World Cup the year Kamsky won, I think, and Kamsky did knock Magnus out. That was a long time ago.
Girlfriend is only
look at that.
the World Cup in 2009.
Amazing statistical research.
Wow.
Gelfand in 2009, the only time. So the odds were stacked against Magnus this tournament. It's hard. The pressure's on you as the top seed, and you got to beat a gazillion bloodthirsty GMs. It ain't easy, even if you're Magnus. Yeah, Gelfand is the 2009 only one.
In Hanty-Mansisk. Wow, that was already 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's weird when you think about that. 2009 seems like a different. 2019 seems like a different era. It was
9. Well, 2009 actually was also my first World Cup.
Who did you play in the first round? Not to put you on the spot. I didn't mean that in a pop quiz kind of way.
I think because both 2009 and 2011 I lost in the first round, and the ones I played with Mopsesha and the other time played with Nadesh, so I cannot remember exactly whom I played in which year.
How dare you? Unacceptable. You can't remember who you played in 2009?
Poor memory.
But what is it? Do you feel like World Cup is significantly like? Do you treat it differently than other tournaments? It's weird for me. I've never played a knockout chess tournament before. As weird as that sounds, I've never played in a knockout tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's got to be this weird sensation that like the pressure is immense, even in the first round. Like you got to book your ticket home if you lose.
Yeah. So, well. For World Cup, I just trying to think about, okay, so which round I'm probably most likely to get in and get out. So I just have this estimation.
Right.
But for women's, I wasn't in charge at that time. I think the team was taking care of those kind of things. But of course, for women's, I guess we'll have the tickets for the last round. Yeah, so I think it's different because, for example, in women's section, I know that most likely I will have a good results, unless those 1 year in 2012 I lost in the second round. All the other experiences were kind of fine. Still my first time, but in the open section, it's really hard to expect, to be honest. Every time I have the mindset that I might be back very soon or a bit later. Let's say that's how I say to my friends and to my school.
Right. Just a little bit. Okay, so Magnus took on F3. Vladimir took with a pawn.
F3.
It makes a lot of sense. I like that move.
Yeah.
Because it strengthens White's center. You'll see this pretty often in these positions. White trying to exploit the fact that he hasn't castled yet. And, Queen D2, Bishop H6, Rook G1, don't rule out a kingside attack. That's a classic Fedoseev recapture and c6 by Magnus. So Magnus trying to preemptively open, we've already talked about c6, creating some pressure in the center, opening up an avenue for the queen to come to b6 or a5, and, potential b5 ideas as well. Without wasting any time, Fedoseev queen d2.
Yeah, g takes f3, we ignore that. This is clearly a good move.
Yeah. And Vladimir might keep his king in the center, or he might castle queenside. I like his position here.
Yeah, maybe just castle king b1, rook g1, bishop h6. Because the question is, black is very hard to create any counterplay. His queenside development is very slow, and your queen, well, maybe you can go queen a5 at some moments and try to play top d7, cd, queen a5, rook f8. Maybe this kind of thing.
Something like this. Another thing you could try to do to buy yourself some time is king h7. To try to, I feel like that's what Magnus might do. That's a Magnus move to stop bishop h6. Now, the king might get misplaced later on, if the bishop repositions to d3. Oh, another misplaced arrow. But, this might buy black some time, preserve the bishop. I think it's important for black to preserve this bishop because, well, it's the king's Indian bishop. It's going to be doing the attacking if white castles queenside.
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, looks like it should be, but if, let's say, if the bishop has been traded, then you got all these dark squares like queen b6, then rook c8, and you allow bishop g7, king g7. Not sure if this king is that dangerous, but then maybe you have f5. Agree, yeah. f4, f5 is actually very annoying, especially after you play this move h5.
Yeah, I agree. This march of the f pawn, and that's part of the reason Vladimir took with the g pawn, which was a very good practical decision. And we see a move, and Mr. Carlsen has gone. It's not king h7. I can still see his king on g8.
Maybe some bishop d7.
We're about to find out. Drum roll.
No, not bishop d. C takes d5.
Oh, cd5, cd5. Okay. So we've had it capture on d5, capture on d5, which makes sense. I mean, you got to open up the queen side.
Yeah, maybe bishop d7 then. Rook c8, just to quickly develop the queen side pieces.
Yeah. And I agree. I think Magnus doesn't care as much about bishop h6. This move kind of signals that he's fine with a bishop trade. He wants to get his pieces out. And
is there any possibility he wants to open up the center again with a move like well, I don't know, e5, just sacrifice the pawn and completely open up?
Yeah, that's definitely not out of the question. e6, bishop e6. I mean, that's in the spirit of the king's Indian, for sure.
But I'm not so sure it's after e5, you're not forced to take the pawn. You probably can play the move like bishop e3. Because then you can play with this d6 weakness. I mean, without d takes e6.
Oh, you mean immediately? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure because now your pawn just blocks your bishop.
Yeah, the bishop is terrible. And I agree. And I mean, eventually you can play rook g1, castle. And white can also play on the queen side in some of these positions, like castle move the king over and rook c1. So, all right. Yeah, so this is interesting, but doesn't seem to solve all of black's problems. And we're going to see what Magnus does. He's dipping a little bit on the clock. I mean, remember, this is move 12. He's got 51 minutes already.
King h7.
Uh-huh.
I know your idea.
Well, I can, when I'm sitting in my comfortable chair, I can seem to guess some of Magnus's moves, but when he's sitting in front of me, I'm going down. So yeah, he wants to preserve the bishop. And Vladimir probably is going to castle long, I would imagine, or maybe rook g1. Or your idea, bishop e3 at some point could be interesting.
Yeah, maybe just a castle long. I guess castle long king b1. We'll see. That's a move white should play sooner or later.
Yeah. I don't know what Fedoseev is going to do here. I think he's going to castle. Just get on with it. I mean, of course, he could get checkmated on the queen side. So there's a certain safety net to remaining in the center. It's not so easy to get to white's king when it's on e1. So
Yeah, maybe you will try just to quickly create the king side attacks like bishop. I mean, rook g1, moving the bishop away f4, but that's just unlikely because black will still start with some bishop d7, b5 to create the counterplay. So I guess long castle will be the move.
right. Yeah, he just looked up at him like, all right, game on, Magnus. I'm not seeing any super viable other options. Yeah, I think long castle is just going to happen. As we see Fedoseev contemplating his move. Magnus has gotten up. He has gone away.
With his masks on.
Let's see. Fedoseev is looking up in the air. I really think he's deciding whether or not to castle. I think that's
a crucial decision. But what else apart from long castle?
Yeah, I don't see my. I mean, rook g1 is to me the only other viable option. Just preparing to do something on the king side, but I don't really see much.
Yeah, but then maybe just bishop d7.
And what if we try to keep the king in the center and go like a4?
Wow. Rook c8?
I don't like it. I'm just trying to find other options because he's thinking for a while.
Well, maybe you can even bring the.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But we're going to go on a quick break. As Fedoseev thinks about his move, we're going to take this chance to take a quick break. I'm going to grab my coffee and, well, you're going to buckle your seatbelts because we got a pretty interesting position brewing here in the game between Fedoseev and Carlsen. We will be right back. are back at the FIDE World Cup, and we have a very special guest, Grandmaster Jan-Krzysztof Duda, vanquisher of the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and today making a quick and very comfortable draw with the black pieces against Sergey Karjakin in the first game of the final. Jan-Krzysztof, congratulations on an incredible performance so far. That feeling when Magnus gives you his hand and resigns, what is that like? That's got to be an incredible feeling that very few people have experienced.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, that was very crazy experience. I mean, to be honest, I didn't expect I can win with black against Magnus, especially taking into account that like I was always struggling against him. Like I made half out of 5, I think, prior to that World Cup. So yeah, I mean, didn't expect honestly that one can win with black. Yeah. Now I was kind of, surprised and exhausted. I even wasn't that happy at the time. I mean, it didn't occur to me at all at that time that I had just qualified to final and candidates. Yeah, I mean, but obviously it was like, the moment I've been waiting, like, all my life.
Right. Was there a particular turning point in the game yesterday? We were impressed. Bishop b4 completely takes the sting out of White's position. Was there a moment that you kind of mentally realized that you're now fighting for the advantage and Magnus is getting uncomfortable?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Okay, Bishop b4 first of all was just some random move. I mean, I just played it quickly. Didn't see honestly the idea of trading the for bishops here, but I am like I have less space, so I guess it makes sense to trade pieces. Obviously, he went ambitious. I mean, didn't trade those bishops. Yeah, I'm not really sure when I like took over in that game. But actually, the good thing is that I sensed the danger quite quickly because I mean, it looked pretty harmless, I think, to me. But I understood that he wants to play this h4 g3. Yeah, possibly followed by knight g5 at some point, or even like h5 h6, typical alpha 0 stuff. Yeah, and I think I did reasonably well. Like, at least, I mean, I got rid of his queen from d3 when it was like perfect. And yeah, and before was controversial move, I guess. I mean, obviously it was ambitious, but also like very risky for him. Now, and around here, I felt I'm in very good spot. Yeah, but I didn't like what I did, like playing this. I mean, I got stuck with queen on c4, yeah, that probably didn't make that much sense. Possibly I should have played like queen a6 instead of queen c4, because now, I mean, there is no progress whatsoever. I mean, very difficult. Also, this rook c6, bishop d8, bishop b6 stuff is very cool, but I'm not sure it's like anything great for me, to be honest. Yeah, and here obviously, there were some moments that he could have defended better, as computer indicates. I mean, I also didn't see a lot. I mean, in this moment, like queen f1, rook d1 was the idea, I guess. Also, there was like a shocker move a bit later, rook c5 in some position. And then remember when he took on c6, I guess.
I think 20,000 people in the chat saw it immediately. I don't know how Magnus could have missed it.
Yeah, I also missed it, to be honest. So like, yeah, no, that would have been extremely unpleasant, of course, for me, because it radically changes the nature of the position, and it's actually a free game. I mean, free results game. So yeah, rook c5 would have been like extremely difficult to cope with. Yeah, and after rook takes c6, yeah, okay, I don't know what's this position, but I mean, this is crazy and not, I mean, because, okay, here just queen takes f1 was probably winning on the spot. I don't know why I didn't take it. I mean, I know because I didn't want to allow this rook c8, rook b8 stuff, because queen takes f1, king takes f1, rook c3, rook c1, yeah, and rook takes a3, and so on. But I mean, it was completely winning for black. Yeah, rook c3, rook c1, and rook takes a3. Yeah, and there is nothing, yeah. Rook c8, king h7. I thought rook b8, but even rook b3, I guess, followed by rook takes b4 is okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes you do like strange things. Yeah, that was one of those moments. And no, I mean, I played okay, maybe okayish, obviously not perfect, but I was very upset with playing d takes c4. I mean, because here bishop d8 is very sophisticated. Like I forced him to play g5, and now the end game is like totally winning for me. After once he has committed himself to playing g5, because I have king h7, king g6 idea, and I mean, it's just another weakness for white. Yeah, but actually d takes c4 was kind of like total nonsense in given situation. Obviously, I wanted to take with rook, but I mean, and just Soviet school, just winning slowly. I mean, king h7, king g6, bishop b6, not allowing any counterplay, like totally winning. Yeah, and I played dc4, which is obvious, which is also good, but I mean, it complicates the game. And here I didn't take on a3 for some reason, like I don't know, rook d5. Rook c. I was afraid of some counterplay, but after rook c5, but I mean, it's probably just nothing. Like no, but when you are like low on time, I mean, you don't really want to allow any counterplay, and I thought that bishop endgame should also be like easily winning for me because he has like all his pawn dark squares, but apparently
this crazy idea with g6 and e6.
Yeah, and obviously I blundered in g6 stuff. Yeah, after king takes f4, g6. Yeah, and hero.
Gotta be disappointed in a moment. It's but then you readjusted and you still managed to put pressure, which was so impressive.
Yeah, okay, he blundered. Yeah, I mean, he could have played bishop d4 instead of bishop c1 later on. No, I mean, here it was like extremely random. I mean, I'm playing for a win, obviously, but I mean, on 10 seconds it's difficult because you have to like calculate pawn endgames, for example. Yeah, but you don't really want to trade those bishops. So yeah, I mean, he was very nervous, and it's actually kind of miracle that he blundered. I mean, I think he blundered because he was like under pressure for a long time. Nobody like copes well. I mean, such situation, but yeah, and here he is winning. Yeah, I mean, okay, after bishop b2, bishop takes a3, I was sure that I would win. So yeah, that was crazy game. Yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, my nature took advantage of me, and I had to like made it random at some point because it was like too, too straightforward.
But still, you kept the pressure for so long in this game.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, the idea was to like to play. I mean to pressure with white pieces, but somehow he was like capable of dealing with it pretty easily. So yeah, and also in the first game of tiebreak, I got myself pinned. I mean, it was so like embarrassing and stupid. I mean, to allow that, I could have just traded everything and make an easy draw, and then put this pieces like in this square, yeah, queen c5, knight d5, rook e3, bishop c3. Yeah, hopefully it was holding, but I mean, yeah, sometimes when you are too ambitious, I mean, such strange things can happen. Yeah, but obviously that was a big game for me, and one can say more. Yeah, very, very pleased, obviously, with winning this.
Well, it's an incredible achievement, Jan-Krzysztof, and of course you have a very tough final game tomorrow against Sergey Karjakin. You've already made the candidates, so a big congrats on that. We're all very impressed with your playing. Yifan, not to put words in your mouth, but yesterday we were really, really impressed with the level and the quality of your play even in time pressure. So we will let you eat dinner and rest, Jan-Krzysztof, but thank you so much for appearing on our broadcast. It's an honor, and congratulations on making the candidates. Good luck tomorrow against Sergey, and have a great rest today.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations and good luck for the final match.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's great to have Jan-Krzysztof in our studio. Yifan, he's very, very modest. He's just incredibly humble, but I mean, defeating Magnus with black, it's never a coincidence, and he played incredibly. And there were mistakes, there were time scramble mistakes, but that doesn't detract at all from the fact that he played an amazing game, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to say that the games is in the tie breaks are also in the very high quality. I doubt that even in the classical games, if anyone, even the top players, would have the same level. I mean, And through his analysis in the last this end game, also shows that he has some very sophisticated ideas like this king moves from h7, g6, f5. It shows that actually he knows exactly that what happens on the board, and just under the time control, he probably choosing between the options and decide to go for another way. But in general, that's very impressive, and feels like his chess career also has a, let's say, even bright future. So
Extremely.
Yeah.
He's already so experienced, and he's,
but he's very young, right?
He is very young. He's what, 20, 21, 22. I don't know exactly. But something like that.
Something like born around 99 or 2000. This is still basically, starts your career. I mean, not as professional chess player, but maybe as one of the elite chess player.
Right. Yeah. Some players, they only break into, as you said, they break into super GM status at that age. Duda's already been there for a couple of years, and he plays with the maturity level. And when I say maturity, I don't literally mean, obviously, he doesn't make impulsive moves. I mean, the guy's 2750 live, but there's a sense in which he knows all of these structures so well. He's been there, done that. He's not susceptible to the pressure in the same way that some of the other players are when they're facing Magnus. And he doesn't let Magnus do what he wants. He just doesn't cooperate with Magnus, and he makes it difficult for the world champion. And we can see the entire match. Magnus was uncomfortable, and that's a pretty big deal when the world champion is made uncomfortable like that several games in a row.
Yeah, definitely. Especially we shouldn't forget that Duda's playing style is, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, is very similar to Magnus. I mean, he's also not those type of very tactical, very players who wants to create chaotic positions, but he's very classical. He's very, let's say, understanding all the theories, which we all know is a superb ability of Magnus. So they're basically fighting against each other's strong points. So I guess that makes Magnus uncomfortable even meaning more compared to those. I think Magnus also has some tough match in the previous rounds, but some positions when that gets into those super complicated ones, it's easier that you're feeling uncomfortable, but it's not like every time you can get or create those type of chances. So I guess that's even more showing his, let's say, overall ability.
For sure. I think that's a great characterization. And yeah, they do have, Duda's strong points are structured in a way that doesn't make it easy for Magnus. And in the Fedoseev game, well, Magnus he hasn't seemed happy since move 3, and he still doesn't seem happy. He's below 45 minutes now. So what has Vladimir done? Vladimir played a4. So
like your idea again, Daniel. So you should be there playing because you noticed and pre-anticipated both the black's plan and the white's plan, king h7 and then a4, a5.
Well, I mean, the idea of keeping the king in the center is, it stems from the notion that it's just hard to get to the king. A lot harder than if it castles. Now, Magnus is trying to get his knight to c5. But I think here there's this move, bishop d1, that's very commonly played. Defending, okay, the eval bar hated that move. I guess there's maybe some better way to defend against maybe the rook a3, who knows?
Yeah, rook a3 seems like a good move, as you also protected the c3 knight, preparing for b4.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And white would basically be asking black the question, how are you going to develop your play on the queen side? Because white's starting to squeeze black quite a lot here. Rook g1, these old ideas are still very much prevalent here.
Yeah, so I was just wondering whether this knight maneuver with knight d7 is happening at the right moment.
I think Magnus is asking himself the same question here. And he doesn't have too much time to ask it anymore.
He spent too much time, to be honest. Maybe he's not thinking about the sparring game. I mean, it could be.
Thinking about why he didn't draw that endgame against Jan-Krzysztof, and he's
like, I know that's not very unprofessional, but sometimes, players might get into those type of situations. I don't know, Daniel, have you experienced something like that?
100%. And you can't help it in some moments. You just can't help. You know, it's as you said, unprofessional. You're not, you got to put it behind you, all the cliches. But you just can't. It's like a loose, it's like when your tooth falls out, and it's like your tongue goes to that spot. It's like you just keep on replaying it in your mind. Like, man, if I'd only made that one move, the entire situation would have been different. And I've lost some games because of that. Even if you're partially concentrated on the current game, you're constantly jumping back to the bad memory of the previous game, and it clouds your judgment. It makes you less objective. And I'm not saying Magnus is doing that, but it's got to be playing a role. He just doesn't seem the same right now.
Yeah, and he spent too much time is starting from move 3.
Yeah, and he continues to struggle in this position. The engine clearly doesn't seem to think nothing is the issue. But I think the reality on the ground is quite unpleasant for Black.
Maybe knight to e5, then bishop d7, rook c8.
And I'd probably go here. D7. He's made a move.
He played f5.
Wow, that's pretty bold. I was thinking about that, but didn't know what to make of it after he takes f5.
But
I think Fedoseev surprised.
I'm also surprised, to be honest, because I feel like it's completely weakened the pawn g6. So yeah,
Risky. I think I understand his idea. I think he wants ef5, and if rook f5, I was thinking bishop d3,
f4,
or even knight c5, some version of the exchange sacrifice. Maybe not like this. Maybe knight e5.
Oh.
Oh, actually, this isn't even a sacrifice.
Knight f3. Okay, this is much stronger.
Yeah, this is not even sacrificing anything because you can't take the rook, and if you take the knight, then Black will take with the rook. So White has to be a lot more careful than that, I suppose. Maybe White should accumulate.
Because if you play knight e5 here, we might take the knight and place queen. Oh no, that's not good because you can play d takes e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is a nice move.
b5, queen g5, but then you can take with the pawn instead of the bishop.
But even here, after queen g5, I feel like after rook g8, Black is fine.
Yeah, right. I was thinking something like f4, but that's totally nonsense.
No, that's a cool idea, but it's just one tempo. Fedoseev just like looking at. Oh no, I thought he was looking at Magnus. But yeah, so rook g1 is definitely a pretty serious candidate move. E takes f5 still has to be considered. Just after rook f5, there must be some alternatives.
Knight e4, knight g5.
Ooh, that's a nasty little sequence. I guess Black can go knight f6.
Check.
G5, king g8.
Bishop d3.
Ooh. If I take the pawn, you go bishop c4.
Yeah.
I'm going to sack the exchange one way or another, but I'm probably going to end up with not enough. That knight is really, really strong on g5.
Yeah, that would even helps you to castle short and play king g2 safely. And bishop g3, the king is actually safe. When the king is safe, Black's position will be collapsed due to your poorly pawn structure.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, castling short, don't rule that out. In certain situations, the king will be safest on the king side. So Magnus has to factor that in. Yeah, so ef and knight e4 is another possibility.
But I don't think that looks as good as rook g1. But the point is, after rook g1, knight e5, we need to think about the continuation. And after rook g1, you literally stop the possibility of short castle. That's another backward.
It's very committal. You want to be able to castle, as you said, in case Black, for example, sacks the exchange.
Yeah, I didn't realize this before, but after the line we have just analysis as knight e4, knight g5. This shows the importance of short castle.
Right, it's the best place to be for White's king if the center opens up. Yeah, I wonder, rook g1, e takes f5. What else exists? Well, the bishop on f4 could move back, but I don't love it.
Bishop e3, huh?
Maybe this is reasonable.
Knight e5.
Yeah, and I was thinking, okay, again f4, there's knight g4. I don't know. Rook g1. Yeah, no, this gets a little bit dangerous for white. Once black plays f8. This move f5, I think it's a lot better than it looks. Maybe it looks good to people, I don't know. But it looks very weakening, but this is the King's Indian, and black's pieces have a ton of potential energy, and Magnus is able to realize it with that move. So let's see. How is Mr. Fedoseev going to handle this? He's below an hour, like the first time in his chess career.
Yeah, the more we look, this e5, knight e4 might be an option.
So you're
But
saying
maybe, yeah, maybe after knight e4 to play knight e5.
So I'll probably give you a check.
King where? King g8. Okay.
Or maybe h8, but my idea was now to drop the bishop back now that f3 is protected and then prepare f4.
Ah.
And I feel like this gets a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, maybe then we should try knight c5 because I was choosing between these two squares for the black's knight.
Knight c5. Yeah, now you're threatening, of course, there's knight b3. In fact, if rook g5, you can play, if knight g5, you can play rook g5 and knight b3 moves.
Yeah, wait, but there's hg, knight b3, b3.
Beautiful. And if knight takes a1,
okay,
you have rook h5.
King g6.
This looks crushing.
Yeah, this is winning.
So yeah, apparently black has some move here that holds things together. Maybe it's queen f8. I don't know.
Ah, you mean here black could even defend?
I mean, the eval bar is not showing as overwhelming of an advantage as I would think,
Knight
given
d4.
that.
Then
Knight
after
d4.
bishop f5, probably.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Takes, and if white blindly goes for this line, black is winning with bishop f5, and the queen is literally just trapped.
Yeah, you have to sack the rook. Then not enough compensation. Well,
Very...
there's still interesting line like rook h8, king h8, queen h5, king g8, g6, but then we realize checkmate.
Yeah, black can start going after.
Because they're knight c2, bishop g6, knight a1 probably. That's a bit tricky because you got bishop d3.
Right. Maybe I can go here.
Ah, because I thought queen h7, bishop h6, but you
yeah,
can...
and then queen g6. Check, king f7, and somehow black escapes.
Oh, over.
I think Fedoseev might be calculating stuff like this. I know we've gone very far, but oh, rook. He's going to move his rook.
A rook.
Wow. His moves are quite hard to predict. Rook c1, I guess he just wants to improve his position, and he basically says, all right, Magnus, well, you might play f5, that's all well and good, but you're not threatening anything. So I'm going to take this opportunity to improve my position. But wait a minute.
Not afraid of queen a5? You play rook a3. Okay, for access against knight c5.
Huh.
That's a very genius idea.
Yeah, this is cool. And again, it should be very important to point out that that the idea of castling long here is no longer viable once you push the pawn a5. So it's not like he's burning bridges by going rook a3. He's solidifying his position. Knight c5 will no longer threaten a fork. This is what you were indicating, Yvonne. And he's tossing the ball right back into Magnus's court. So I guess knight e5 is the most natural move here.
Correct.
And then, but then white can go about his business with rook g1, I guess. This is probably what Fedoseev wants. And the eval bar hates me today.
Or
Who
maybe
knows?
you could move the bishop away, because in that case, I think you still get knight e4. So maybe some move like bishop. Well, I was hesitant to go the move like bishop g3 because that's super weird.
But this position is quite irrational. It's a lot. There's so much going on, and it might not seem that sharp when you just look at it, but the possibility of everything exploding is incredibly high. Both kings can get checkmated in the long run here. Just to reiterate, rook a3, what exactly is the idea? Well, black has this idea of going knight c5 and then threatening a fork. The rook a3 is a prophylactic move against that. But it's not just that. It also solidifies white's position. It defends the knight. Maybe white will want to play b4 at some point. So it's a typical move in certain kinds of these positions, is what I would say. And maybe, who knows, maybe later the rook will swing to g3 in some alternate reality deep into the future.
Defending the f3 pawn. So it's a good prophylaxis move, and he keeps all the possibility. We discussed the short castle, rook g1, bishop to different places. But the only problem is whether this could be a little bit slow.
Right.
So for example, after knight e5, what's the plan for white? Still unclear.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think knight e5 is going to be played. I don't see any other moves for black. I just don't see any other moves for black. And if I were Magnus, I'd play knight e5 quickly. I just do it. Because 38 minutes.
And he'll do the same. His hand almost touches the knight. Okay.
There it is. Yep. And yeah, there's just no choice. Whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. You got to go for it. I quite like f5, though. I think it changes the nature of the position. Black was sliding into, let's just say black was sliding into a dubious situation. Now I feel like the position has really sharpened up. Apparently it's dynamically equal. Both sides have chances here.
Yeah, 3 results position for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Fedoseev excels in these positions. Knowing Vladimir for so many years, he loves positions like this. Irrational, sharp, room for creativity. The only problem is he's facing some guy named Magnus who, who might have something to say about that. So yeah, the question of what to do here is pretty hard to answer, because you were suggesting bishop moving, bishop g3, bishop e3.
Yeah, I was thinking to move this bishop away. But which side? Because if you go the e file, then it's unlikely you'll do the short castle.
That's true. But I still like bishop e3 from the perspective of getting the bishop out of the danger zone in case black plays f takes e4. In fact, here
you can take with a knight, or take with
take with a knight, because knight f3 doesn't work. White takes and delivers a fork on g5 at the end of the line. I think Fedoseev is going bishop e3. I'm going to make another prediction here.
Okay, today all your prediction came true, so maybe you should make predictions.
He's about to move. Let's see. If it's bishop e3, well, bishop e3 is also not such a difficult move.
Okay, bishop e3. Wow. Accuracy, precision.
Yeah, well, the one I'm most proud of, though, is c4 in the Shanklin tiebreak. But okay, I'm making myself look good, but obviously it's a pretty straightforward move, so there's nothing. There's nothing special.
Who might win this game?
Oh gosh, now you're really putting the heat on.
Hard.
Exposing the fraud. That's my predictions.
That's harder than the moves.
So Magnus thinking what to do for black here. We were discussing f takes e4. Are there alternatives to that?
No. Develop the bishop.
Bishop d7.
Yeah.
Why not? Exactly. And then rook c8. I mean, I like that. That's a pretty Magnus-like move, bishop d7. Magnus likes to keep the tension. He doesn't like to overly clarify. Yep. We're both thinking of the same word. He keeps things complicated. And he senses very well when the opponent is losing the thread of the game. So he's able to build up the tension. So is white seriously contemplating maybe f4? Knight g4, bishop d4? What do you think of this?
If taking on e4.
Then I'll take. And then maybe this will become a reality, the rook swinging to g3.
Yeah, suddenly this rook a3 became a great move. So maybe I shouldn't take on e4. Still keeps the tension, play some move like rook c. No, but then I was worried they could push e5 at some moments.
Just rook c8 here.
Yeah. Maybe you can take on g7 and play some move e5.
Yeah. And then or queen d4 and e5, and if de your idea was even fe.
Yeah.
Because if knight e5, there's queen d4 pinning the knight, and then f4 winning the knight.
Yeah.
Huh. Magnus continues to look pretty unhappy here the way this game is going, as he contemplates what to do after bishop e3. You just, again, I don't want to overuse the body language because you never know what someone's actually thinking, but it's hard not to conjecture on the, yeah.
How about a crazy idea like e6? I don't think this could be a move, but just trying to completely open up.
I like it. I like an idea like e6 because white is structurally very weak. And this acts as an antidote also to f4 because now the situation kind of collapses for white a little bit. And it's a funny stat that in all three lifetime games between Fedoseev and Carlsen, the world champion played black. I wonder how they did. Okay, so a move has been played.
Seems like it's a long diagonal move. What is that? F4?
F4, wow. Does he want to sack? Oh, does he want to sack on f4 and go bishop h6 and queen f8? Ooh, that's a really cool idea, if that's the case.
That is amazing.
That is amazing. So rook takes f4. And I don't know if rook takes f4 is his actual intention, but I was thinking of doing something like straight out of a Soviet positional chess textbook, like exchange sacrifice and then get control of dark squares. Bishop comes to f4, and look at this dark square domination that black has. Now, black is sacked in exchange and a pawn. This is no laughing matter. I would not put much stock in the eval bar here. I like black's position.
Yeah, me too, the same. This f4 is brilliant.
Carlsen leads Fedoseev 2-1.
We've already got the stats that Carlsen is leading in their 3 previous games. But I forgot to check the exact scores.
Yeah, 2-1. I think they flashed on the screen. Carlsen's leading. All right. Carlsen leads Fedoseev 2-1, including 2 draws and 1 win.
Okay, f4 is a great move, but just wondering whether Fedoseev missed this one.
Yeah, I saw the possibility of f4, but sort of ruled it out after okay, just bishop takes f4. But maybe the exchange sack is not even forced. I mean, you don't have to sack on f4. Just the fact that black has sacked the pawn means that the bishop can't really move because f3 will fall.
And also, you do not have the square e4 for the knight. The pawn e4 could be a bad pawn that blocks the pieces. Also, g6 is safe here. Maybe you go some move like queen e8, queen f7.
After? Oh, queen e8 after bishop f4 here. Yeah. Queen e8, queen f7. And okay, Fedoseev is taken. We're about to see. Magnus might just take on f4 instantly. We'll see. Bishop takes f4 played. All right, and the moment of truth. Rook takes f4 would be amazing to see.
for bishop h6, queen g3, queen e8.
And it might be the case that in that resulting position, it's just not that amazing. But we'll see. And as Magnus considers the exchange sacrifice and whether to do it, we are going to take this opportunity to go on a quick break. We'll keep the cameras rolling on the world champion, so you'll be able to see when he plays the move. We'll be back in a couple minutes with more of Magnus's third place match against Vladimir Fedoseev. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. And we already have one game in the books if you're just joining us. The first place matchup between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Sergey Karjakin ended in a relatively peaceful and, well, very peaceful and very quick draw. Duda was black. It was another Vienna. Karjakin repeating Magnus's opening choice, deviating this time with this move, queen a4 check, followed by knight e5. An interesting attempt. But Jan was incredibly prepared for this as well. His openings have been astoundingly well developed. Nothing seems to surprise him. Rook b8 is amazing. And after knight c6 bc, they're following another Duda game. Rook d1 is the deviation. And you found neither of us was really impressed with this move. And it just seems like it didn't produce much. After bishop g5, bishop b7, Karjakin ends up basically offering a draw with queen takes a7.
Yeah, seems like he's preparing for a draw today. I mean, not preparing, but at least it's more than acceptable.
Right. And after queen b7, rook b8, the queen is unable to escape the persistent attacks of the rook. And so we have a 3-time repetition and a draw. And of course, those people who are aware of the 30 move no draw rule, of course, 3-move repetition circumvents that. You can repeat 3 times and make a draw that way. So that remains a viable method of making a draw. Okay, so that is drawn tomorrow. Of course, will be game 2 with Jan-Krzysztof being white against Karjakin. We still have one game going on, the 3rd place matchup between Carlsen and Fedoseev, with the world champion
Bishop d7
deciding against sacking on f4 and instead simply developing. Well,
maybe rook f4 is at his hand, so he can do any time he wants. So basically, f4 move is to avoid any white's f4. So just to fix the structure and forcing white from attacking position switch to the defending position, as we can see this move knight d1.
Knight d1. So Fedoseev opening up sort of the 3rd rank for the rook and reinforcing his defense on the f3 pawn. He wants to move the bishop away from f4 now. So if Carlsen wants to sack the exchange, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, otherwise you will let this bishop go. Then f4 probably would be not very meaningful.
I would sack. I mean, I'm very biased, obviously.
Well, that's typical. We cannot say that, especially this knight on d1 that cannot go to e2 to support the f4 square. But probably he'll got this knight e3, knight g2 one day.
Right. And rook f4, queen f4. So compared to the other version where this was possible, queen f8. Queen f8 is very important, I think, because f4 is a big threat, and that unblocks black's control over the dark squares. And Magnus has taken on f4, and he's done it quickly.
Yeah. According to their hand moves over the board, seems like it's rook f4, then bishop h6.
Yep, we see it reflected on the board.
I guess we'll see queen g3, queen f8. But the point is, what's next?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lovely sacrifice. It's not out of the realm of it's not typical, but it's, you know, this idea does exist in the King's India, the dark square control. And some really, really nice classical games have been won with these kinds of sacrifices where you get, and the way I think people should understand this, I look at this, but I don't understand, like, what is black threatening? It's less about black having a specific threat here and more about domination over a set of squares. Like, if you look at the dark squares, they're totally under black's control, makes it very hard for white to break free. And eventually black's going to start accumulating the pressure, you know, queen f6, rook f8. So black is going for the long-term play here. It's nothing in the short term that's going to result in checkmate, you know?
Okay, my question here is whether white will play this move f4.
Stacking a pawn to
queen to the other side. I mean, it's doubtful because you lose one of the f pawns along the file would even provoke these attacks along that file. So the only purpose is trying to activate the queen.
Yeah, I think black is, I would take black here. I completely disagree with the eval bar, which shows only a slight advantage for white, but I categorically disagree. I think black has full compensation. Black is definitely not better here. I don't think black can be better down an exchange in the pawn, but practically speaking, the compensation is excellent. I don't know if you agree with that. Maybe I'm overstating the effectiveness of this.
No, you can say that again, because I also feel like the compensation is here due to the structure, and the dark square bishop wouldn't be less valuable compared to the rook, right? But and even more is this queen is badly placed, because if we can bring the queen to somewhere like d4, I might prefer white, to be honest. But this queen on g3, where to go? If you go to g2, then this knight is bad. It
Right.
never goes like knight e3, knight g2. But if you go to g1, I doubt it would be a move, to be honest. Queen on g1, rook on h1, king on e1. Who could imagine that? Unless you could move the bishop somewhere else and place a king e2, but it's just hard to coordinate.
Right, it is very hard to coordinate. It's crazy hard to coordinate. That queen is fully sectioned off. And despite Magnus's disappointing result yesterday, he seems to be, it seems that there's been a transition. He's put it behind him. As we take a quick look at that tweet I had referenced, unforgiving indeed. Huge congrats to JKD and Karjakin for making the finals. Candidates losing today certainly hurts. Well, this was yesterday, of course, but I'm nevertheless happy with my progress in the tournament and also getting great practice. Yeah, right. Magnus was very thrilled yesterday. I'm sure he was in his hotel room smiling. Yeah, great progress. But of course, very gracious, and I'm just giving him a hard time. Magnus always quick to congratulate his opponents, and today it just seems like he might have been disappointed at first, but he's pushed it behind him, and now he seems to be returning to his old form.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess now he probably would be happy for his position. First time in the day.
Right. And, you know, in hindsight, in 2020 hindsight, it might turn out that maybe bishop e3 was not quite right. I wonder where, I think rook a3, Yifan, I'm going to put it this way. Oh, it continues, also playing for Magnus. That wasn't enough. Magnus followed up, also playing for third is my new jam, so I don't really mind that. Sunglass emote at the beach. Yeah. All right, Magnus.
That's typical Magnus, by the way. I mean, not saying like this, but just a sense of humor in this way.
Oh yeah, and that's what we like. I think that's what we love about him. You know, world champion. He's serious when he needs to be, but there's nothing wrong with being funny. And after the battle is over, there's nothing wrong with having a laugh about it. I think people need to do more of that. So it's great to see that Magnus has a sense of humor, and you know, he engages in some of these very friendly ribbing contests on Twitter and on Twitch. It's awesome. I personally find that to be humanizing and great. And he's always professional when he needs to be. So I think positively of that. But maybe rook a3 was the start of the movement in the wrong direction. You called it. I think it's a little bit too slow, this move. It gives black a chance to bring his pieces into the right squares. And now this is the position on the board. All right. So what does Fedoseev do?
Because, you know, he already realized there's a threat, but he still plays the move knight d1. So I was just wondering, because I don't think this knight should be placed on d1 if black did the exchange one move earlier. So
knight e3, bishop f4, queen g2. How is black going to improve his position? Rook c8?
rook c8, yeah.
But can white castle? Yeah, white can still castle, right?
Okay.
I was just testing. I was just trying to remember if white had moved his. Of course, white has not moved his king.
Okay, castle queen f6.
Yeah, I agree. No, this is a classic example of from the frying pan into the fire.
You wouldn't like to go queen h1 and even may have some rook g8, g5 in the future.
Oh gosh. Yeah, no. Now e1 seems like the safest square in the world in comparison to that. But the problem is if you go rook c3, black could even take it and go queen d8 and start zipping up those pawns on a5 and c3. I think Fedoseev might maybe go rook c3. I don't know. We'll see. He's about to make a move. You can see his hand on the table.
Yeah, rook c3 is making sense.
Yep. Let's see.
And then the question for black is whether he will do the exchange on the C file. Normally we shouldn't do when we are material down, but here the case is the H1 rook and G2 queen is way more or less active. So maybe that makes the changing opponent's active pieces reasonable.
Right. Knight e3. And I'm going to predict that we probably will see that position on the board. I mean, bishop f4 is kind of irresistible. And after knight e3, and we're just going to wait for that move to reflect.
Or how about queen g1, king d2? It sounds crazy, but
no, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, so
not sure if it's on time because it feels very tricky after bishop f4.
So
no, queen g. You mean queen on g2, king d2? I thought queen.
Oh,
G1.
you were thinking queen g1, king d2, and try to send the queen around.
Yeah, but maybe I should bring the rook out.
Right. Both options seem to make sense. So king d2, I think that's really interesting because if you can get all your pieces out like this, you know, everything will finally be back in the game. But obviously it is scary. It is a scary thing to go for. Bishop b5 here is an interesting try.
Queen b1.
Wow, there's so many tactics. I could stare at this position for an hour. Trying to wrap my head around the complexities. I mean, some sort of calm move like queen f6 also comes to mind. But probably not good. Just bishop takes bishop and just one check. Yeah, I don't know what black should do here, because you're eventually gonna play rook c1 on the next move. You can't get too cavalier with black. You're gonna end up just down in exchange in some endgame. So Magnus has to operate with a sense of urgency. Huh. Okay, so I'm expecting bishop f4. Do you see a point in delaying that move?
Well, rook c8 first because bishop f4 is at your hand. But the problem is you need to watch out of knight g2.
Yeah, here probably it doesn't work because of rook d1, but I agree in general it's a threat.
Yeah.
And maybe here there's rook c3.
But then takes bishop f4, then queen d8.
And we're back to that line. I think
Yeah,
this
but
position
again, you might have
occur.
queen d1, king d2 after queen a5 to play queen a1.
He's about to play bishop f4, I think.
Yeah, after
yeah,
bishop
that's a
F4.
cool idea. Queen g1 here. And okay, in the event of black can also play bishop e3, knight f3, but queen d8, king d2. And white could end up being better in a situation like this because everything is defended and black is in an uncomfortable spot. It's not clear how to avoid the queen, maybe queen c5, but yeah, this is not the way.
You probably still can create some fortress, but already white is away from the dangerous situation.
Right, only white is playing for an edge, it seems. Okay, so let's see what Magnus ends up doing. He's got 30 minutes. He's accelerated his pace of play a little bit in the last couple moves, which I think is important. Bishop
f4. Logical. And now Fedoseev got an option. Where to move the queen? I guess g2 because g1 really looks like super scary.
Right, you've got to think about it though, and the thing with playing Magnus, I guess, is that you should try to be as aware as possible of these nuances, because they could decide the game. And okay, Fedoseev is going to play queen g2 quickly.
Okay, so then after rook c8, I guess it will be moved. What white will do.
And still king d2 is possible. I think the rook c3 line might occur on the board. Rook c3 takes queen d8. But say if castles, we might see that kind of situation. All right, bishop f4.
And then doing the short castle, making sense.
Right, because then short castling seems quite a bit safer. All right, so queen g2. And it's black to play. other than rook c8, are there options? I don't see too much else. I guess queen f6 is also possible. Is it queen f6?
Okay, but rook c3 here.
And then I was thinking of, yeah, rook g8 and g5, but it's not good.
Yeah, but white always get this queen d2.
Right, exactly. At the right moment. And this only benefits white to open the h file. That's kind of madness, actually.
And yeah.
So queen g2.
And
yeah,
how
so
about
other than
king d2?
oh wow, just straight away.
Yeah, I was thinking first like queen f6, but maybe then you got rook c3.
Right. Queen f6, rook c3. You basically wait. Oops, sorry. You basically wait for black to misplace the queen, and then you go rook c3. And white is definitely better here. King d2 is a pretty testing move. It basically asks black the question, okay, your position looks great, but how are you going to make any specific improvements?
Yeah. Okay, but the question here, whether e6 is possible.
Yeah, it's that old move, and that might open the center enough to create more chances for black. Yeah, e6. I like the move e6. And let's say I play rook c1. And I guess you can take on d5, take on d5. And black has opened up some parts of the position, but still, after a rook trade, I find it hard to believe that, white is in too serious of danger.
Yeah, because after this e-pawn exchange, the white might even get bishop d1, bishop c2 in the future.
That's a cool maneuver. Don't forget about that pawn being weak.
Really not sure if this e6 opens the file, opens the lines for whom.
Magnus he's taking a while here. I guess there's another candidate move. The immediate e6 also comes to mind. But it doesn't do as much with the king not on d2 because ed there will be knight d5.
Yeah, e6 maybe just rook c3.
Right.
I guess that would be white's next move.
Yeah, exactly. If black doesn't play rook c8.
Yeah.
And even if he does, it'll be possible. So I really wonder what other candidate move is attracting Magnus's attention. Fedoseev takes a sip of his water. He seems pretty satisfied. There's a sense in which, there was a turning point when Magnus plays f4, but I still believe that black is full comp, but I'm amending my assessment a little bit. I feel like, anything could happen. 3 results are possible. And the next couple of moves, I think, are going to determine who's playing for a win. Yeah. Both sides have to be very precise.
How about queen f6, rook c3, then b5?
b5. Interesting. Yeah, and if I play king d2, you want the c4 square as an anchor point potentially, or of course b4.
Yeah, before moving the knight away, open up this diagonal.
Right. Ooh, that's an interesting idea as well. I can move my king to d1.
King d1.
But I don't know.
But then before we get
yeah, this is not an impressive move. It's not so easy for white to find the next improvement move, because that queen on f6 dissuades. Well, castling is bad, not even because of queen h4, I think, but because of your idea, rook g8 and g5 to follow.
Yeah.
And that just might be winning.
I don't think short castle would be an option in most of the cases. even if you exchange the rook, because this king on the G1 is always at a dangerous spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this queen f6 concept, giving up the c file, but preserving more flexible, let's just say, attacking chances, is being seriously contemplated by Magnus. I would think he'd make a move in the next 2-3 minutes, because if you drop below 20 minutes for 18 moves, I mean, you're basically playing like a rapid game, or even one could say almost a blitz game. And this is not the kind of position you want to be in time pressure at.
Yeah, at first I thought black is, having a very comfortable one, but now not that sure, but still feels like white is more tough to deal with this position over the board. Maybe that's also the reason why Fedoseev trying to keep the time pressure, because the last couple of moves they play relatively fast.
Right. And he always has a time advantage. That can't be underestimated. That can't be underestimated when you consider what his strengths are. It's absolutely something that should enter the portfolio, or the dossier.
Rook
He's
C8.
just rook c8 played. Yeah, so he goes for the move we initially thought, and big choice for Vladimir, king d2 versus rook c3. And I'm going to predict that this rook c3 takes queen d8 happens.
Oh, okay, Vladimir well. I was thinking king d2 looks more likely, but fine.
Well, we'll see. You're probably right. I think the longer Vladimir thinks, that the likelier it is he'll play king d2, because rook c3 to me is the instinctual move. Okay, black puts a rook on the c file, so should we. But king d2 is is the deeper move, because you understand that there is no immediate urgency to playing rook c3. You would rather do it in a better version.
With the other rook. But I was just thinking, after king d2, rook c1. So for example, black plays queen f6. If you go rook c1, do the exchange taking on h4, and rely on this h pawn, push to h3, h2. Like
Yeah.
king d f6, I don't know, but also the possibility white should consider.
Yeah, definitely a danger. Even if with the rook traded, as you're saying, if the h4 pawn is gone, black's pawn is the red carpet rolled out right all the way to h2.
Yeah, positionally, I feel like black should be in charge of the game.
Right, people like Petrosian would be so happy to have this with black.
Yeah, but whom will be happy for white? Unlikely.
Korchnoi would be happy to have this for white.
Oh, really?
Grabber of material. I think Korchnoi, at least in the sort of Russian sphere, has a reputation as being sort of a grabber of material. And yeah, there's like a Russian, saying like Korchnoi, when anything was offered in material, he'd take it first and think later. So, and that's true to an extent. I think Korchnoi was that's what made him hard to play. He was never, he never trusted his opponent. He called a lot of bluff. Now, he lost a lot of games because of that, but I think that's where the reputation came from.
Good to know.
Yeah. But okay. Nowadays, it's not like you can there's no really such thing as like a super GM as a particularly greedy player. Players have universal styles. They take material when they need to, and being overly materialistic doesn't get you far.
Yeah, I thought you point out a very good point, like a universal player, not only in the sense, let's say, aspect of taking material or sacrifice, but also for the opening and the playing style as well. It's unlikely to see that someone who's super good at one side, but lacking of decent skills on the other side.
Right. That's true. And it's not that players in, let's say, the 60s or 70s didn't try to be universal. Nobody tried to have weaknesses, but because you could play a much more narrow opening repertoire, as you're indicating, it was a lot easier to mask some of the less stronger points in your game. And it's not like, again, GMs had huge gaping holes in their game. It's just that, there are certain positions that top players wouldn't understand as much as others. And nowadays, it's you know, that's still true to an extent, but to a much lesser extent than before.
Yeah.
All right,
Maybe
so we have
also thanks to the technology developments, because otherwise most of the players cannot be in the same level as they are today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Computers, access to resources, the ability to analyze far greater quantities and openings, and we're about to see a move.
Yeah.
Lots of hesitation today, sort of raising the hand, and no, I wasn't planning to make a move. I was gonna, you know, take care of an itch or something. But I think he's about to play something, and it's going to be either rook c3 or king d2. Castle is short. We kind of ruled out because of queen f6, but obviously it's not impossible to make a case for that if Fedoseev sees something concrete there.
He made short castle because I think I got some delay. I didn't see any move yet.
No. He's still thinking. I'm just saying that maybe he's also contemplating that, but we were skeptical of that move. Man, let's see. Decides to continue thinking. And as he continues thinking, we, wasting no time, will go on a short break. Things are heating up between Vladimir Fedoseev and Magnus Carlsen. It's a fascinating position. And I think the rest of the game is going to bring us a lot of action and entertainment. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. You're watching the finals of the FIDE World Cup, the third place match between Carlsen-Fedoseev. We'll be right back. And we are back at the FIDE World Cup, and we're watching Carlsen play Fedoseev. Those of you just joining, you might be wondering, why are we focused only on this game? Why are we not looking at the final? Well, that game is already over. It was over in 45 minutes, and it was a draw. between Sergey, who had the white pieces in game one. Great preparation by Duda. And we won't delve into the details again. Suffice it to say that we had a pretty quick repetition. And both of them are going to rest up and prepare for their game tomorrow, where Jan-Krzysztof, who is full of confidence and has not lost a game this tournament, and he will have the white pieces against Sergey. But right now, we have the world champion trying to rebound from his loss yesterday and claim third place. Fascinating position against Vladimir Fedoseev, who has Yifan played rook c3.
Daniel, again, your prediction.
Well, I don't know if that's a good thing, though. I think I like king d2 more, so I'm also good at predicting bad moves, I suppose. I mean, that's basically the only good thing I'm good at.
No, but that shows that, well, rook c3 objectively, it's definitely not a bad move, and that shows you know Fedoseev very well.
Right, and I think that, yeah, I don't know what it is about rook c3 that appeals to me. I just think it when you're playing Magnus, you know, the risk is amplified. King d2 just, there's something about that move that seems terrifying, you know, walking into the pin. Rook c3 basically forces the trade of a pair of rooks, which is unequivocally in white's favor. Now, obviously, there's confounding factors. White's pawns become very weak, but at least black doesn't have a rook to attack with, and white can castle short.
Yeah, and maybe after rook c3, bc, queen d8, there's an intermediate move like a6, and then doing the short castle.
Right. a6. Just to try to disrupt the coordination of black's pieces first. So let's say b5.
Become important. b5. Okay, then we do.
Or maybe b8. I don't know.
Then short castle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I guess Win b6.
Hard to suggest for white. Okay, rook c3 has been played.
Yep, I think this will happen. Takes and queen d8. Okay, I think Fedoseev is going to take on c3. Amazing prediction. Let's watch. And Vladimir Fedoseev, he takes his seat. He writes the move down. Will he take the rook? Buckle your seatbelts. Drum roll, please. Will he take on c3? Will he take on c3? Oop. Going once, going twice. Yeah, he takes on c3. And Magnus, I think, is going to react pretty quickly here. Are there alternatives to queen d8? I mean, you could make a case for queen f6, I guess, just ignoring the pawns entirely, trying to dissuade white from castling. You mentioned this, I think.
Not here. I guess
it was before
when you move the h1 rook. Yeah, because here queen f6, king. Oh well, I love this.
Oh yeah, again king d2. I keep forgetting about that. Keep forgetting that's possible. Yeah, so here queen d8, I guess. I mean, you're in too deep. You have to go for those pawns. You could also play queen c8 maybe, but again king d2.
Yeah.
And then queen c5. So maybe queen c8 is interesting.
King d2, queen c5, rook a1.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop b5.
Something like that, yeah.
But maybe rook b1 here. What about you take on a5?
Yeah, and this queen is coming through to a2.
That's bad.
Agreed. This is rough. Okay. Okay. So Mr. Carlsen is continuing to think here. Yeah, queen c8 is somehow is beginning to seem a little bit more tempting to me than before. Let's see.
Okay, king d2, queen c5, rook a1, bishop b5. Okay, we don't have queen f1.
Yeah. Unclear what to do here, which of those moves to play. I still like black, though, in both cases, actually. And I should point out at this moment that if you're watching the eval bar and you're seeing zeros, do not make the mistake of thinking this is just a draw. An evaluation of equality does not mean that this game is likelier to end in a draw than in a white or black win. It just means that, the computer has determined that both sides have dynamically balanced chances, maybe. And in some crazy computer line, the game should end in a draw. That doesn't mean this position is drawn. They're two different things.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe Queen C8 looks better.
Yeah, I agree. I think the C3 pawn is the key to the kingdom here. The key to the kingdom is that pawn on C3. Queen C8 played. Queen C8 has been played.
Oh.
And now Vladimir has to make another decision. Does he play King D2? Does he go for that line? No, C4 instantly. Queen C5, I guess.
Yeah, and then castle.
Yep.
And Queen A5 probably, huh?
And Queen A5, and then try to return and push that A pawn, maybe. That's the plan.
I think only black could play for a win here.
I agree. Just visually, this seems like such a level of positional domination. It's surprising to me that, the computer doesn't seem to think that black is better at all. But obviously, that shouldn't be too surprising given the material advantage.
Queen C5, short castle, Queen A5, rook B1. And even Queen D2. Oh, that's very tough for white.
Magnus is about to make a move. We see a lot of this B5. Look at that. B5.
Why this move?
Wait, what if on passant?
Why not Queen C5?
There has to be something going on here.
That we missed.
On passant, it happens. I guess there was something he didn't like about Queen C5. But my question is...
He doesn't want to allow short castle because there's bishop H3.
Oh, ooh, that's cool. So he wants to keep his queen here.
Like that's
so
one for white.
So that after castles, bishop H3, it's a great find. That's an incredibly deep concept. And if white can't short castle, well, now B5 is again a threat because you cannot allow the C file to open with the king still on E1. Ooh. This is what makes Magnus Magnus. Wait, what does white do? Because king F1, if you try to run this way, boom.
Okay, so you know what? Maybe we'll try short castle, bishop H3, queen H1, bishop F1, bishop F1.
Bite the bullet, yeah. Yeah. We're not happy, but at least it's...
I saw there's knight G2, what I'm thinking about.
That's hilarious.
But maybe we should take back with the king. One queen C5, knight G2.
Yeah, definitely a better version. And now queen C5. Now knight G2 becomes a serious idea.
Yeah, because the pawns are still in favor of white, although it means nothing at all.
Right. Oh yeah, white is up a pawn. I completely forgot about that. But the queen could come out to H3 and E6 and potentially create the possibility of some sort of attack, F4, F5. Black's dark square domination.
Queen G1 has been played.
Queen G1. Queen G1. He wants knight G2, but that looks terrifying.
How about Queen A8?
Whoa, that was played very... Oh, maybe he wants king F1, king G2 also.
That's clever.
It is clever, but it still looks terrifying. Wait, something's wrong with this move. I can feel it. Something's wrong with this move. It just doesn't smell right. Maybe B5. What happens if b5? We have a funny comment in the chat. I hate this commentary. It makes me slack off at work because it's so good. Well, thank you. We are very happy to be essentially getting people fired and making the world economy stop because everybody's watching our commentary. It's our pleasure. That's why we do it.
Yeah, definitely. But hope our commentary wouldn't really influence the job.
Right. No, do take care of your work. Make sure your boss is happy, and only then watch our comments. Oh my goodness, I just spotted a crazy line. Can I show you? So b5 cb. b5 is probably wrong, but just to demonstrate, check. Knight c1, check, king f1, and queen takes e2.
Wow, such a brilliant checkmate.
But apparently b5 is wrong for some other reason. But if cb, this is all forced.
b5 maybe just king, but king f1, bishop h3.
Yeah, king f1, there's always this check.
King d2.
Allowing knight c4, but then you take and queen b1, I guess. Okay, so but let's, b5 is far from the only move. I mean, there's a lot of alternatives here. Queen. Okay, so if you go queen c5, then you allow this escape via f1. You don't want to allow that.
So how can we stop it?
Well, let's think. Okay, Magnus he's gonna have to move soon. He has not a lot of time, 17 minutes or so for 13 moves.
Wow, it's crucial he can spend 10 minutes here.
14 moves. Yeah, I agree. Like if he finds the right move, this might also be winning.
Yeah, but I guess somehow he will play b5 because he
Queen
touches,
a6 he wants.
but king f1.
And then maybe queen a2. That kind of prophylaxis.
Nice.
Hesitates though. Takes a sip of water. Let me get hydrated first and then decide. And now he grabs the set.
Really, like I thought it's very tricky. If you want to go queen g1, why you go queen g2 at first?
Right. And I don't like the speed with which Fedoseev played that. I guess he's just trying to put the time pressure on Magnus. But but yeah, I think he's going queen a6. King f1, queen a2, trying to prevent, it's like holding onto the jersey, stopping the king from completing the escape due to the bishop being on e2.
Yeah.
White might just be losing there, I guess. Apparently it's the winning line.
Well,
I would even play queen a8.
Yeah, that's the same.
But maybe queen a6, there's some c5, crazy c5 idea, but...
Okay, but you can give a check.
Yeah, I mean, it's queen a1 check, I guess. It's ridiculous for white. All right, Magnus is going to play queen a6. I'm confident of that. He was already about to grab his queen. If he spots this idea of queen a6, queen a2, it looks winning for black.
Therefore, this b5 is a super strong practical decision.
He's hesitating. Nerve-wracking moment. 15 minutes left. Fedoseev is probably praying he doesn't play queen a6.
Yeah, maybe he missed some queen a2 idea. Because after queen a2, literally you cannot move. Well, maybe you go knight g2. I guess it will be made it very soon.
Right. Yeah, there's too many avenues. Oh, you're saying after queen a2, knight g2.
Yeah. After queen a2, knight g2.
Well, let's find it. Oh, that actually is not so easy to refute because knight comes to e1.
Yes.
Ooh.
That was a plan.
Tricky. All right. Queen A8 played.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't see anything off the top of my head that ends the game immediately. Queen A1, knight E1. Cool defensive idea here. Maybe just knight C4. No, the bishop is saying.
Because if you go bishop d2, white will have knight e3 again.
Right. And then shutting down the gates. Shutting down the bill. Okay, so
maybe give a check.
on.
Maybe a1. Well, I don't see
Alright.
the difference. And knight
Knight E1
e1.
forced.
And trying to play some move like b5.
And you want CB bishop B5.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really nice. Because there's knight takes F3 with crushing threats.
Or you can go king g2. But the question is not e1 is even worse placed. So maybe
so let's
just
say BC.
a knight c2.
Yeah, and white somehow climbs out of the grave here and is able to bring the pieces in time to at least try to slow down the progress of the pawn. All right, and yeah.
Black must have something stronger.
And we remind you, of course, if you want to see all of the games and look over all of the moves, chess.com/events has all of that in one spot, all of the results. Very, very convenient, and you can watch the current game. For example, if you don't want to hear our voices, and you're tired of our commentary, but you still want to watch the game, chess.com/events. I mean, of course, you could also press the mute button, but we would never advocate for that. Opening Explorer, you can do everything you want to do. Of course, this position has never occurred before, but engine analysis, all of the notation, all of the results on the right, as you can see with my cursor. Everything in one place, chess.com/events. All right, so Vladimir is thinking after Queen A8, and something tells me he's not going to play quickly here. He might take, or maybe he will. I mean, it's Fedoseev. That's exactly what he does. He plays instantly in positions like these. Watch him play King F1 in like 1 second.
Oh
my God.
One.
I can't believe it. The moment I said it, he played it. Oh my goodness. I mean, there's really no other moves.
You know what? So let's say if this game won by Magnus and Fedoseev come back home and open our commentary,
right? He would be like,
would he blame you like
subliminal messaging? Yeah. Now Queen A2 played by Magnus and Knight G2. I think absolutely is the most tricky defense.
Yeah, but maybe we missed something for Black.
Played.
I have this feeling. Like some move knight f3, bishop f3, queen c4, bishop e2, queen c1, knight e1. Okay, nothing.
You were looking at knight c4?
No, I was looking at knight f3.
No, knight f3.
It doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Okay, well, 15 minutes. I mean, Magnus has to find something relatively quickly. And we were considering
what we missed.
Queen b1 and b5 was our initial idea, right? Your initial idea.
Yeah, some checks.
King g2, of course.
No, actually, I say queen a1, b5. That allows knight c2. So maybe queen on b1 check, then no knight c2.
It was an accident. I forgot which move you suggested.
I guess probably the right move.
And
we don't have knight c2. Yes, it's actually very crucial.
I think this is, look at this position. It's just paralysis. Jeez. Queen f1, I guess, has to be played.
Yeah.
Magnus is going to see that. I mean, he's so confident right now. He's in his zone. Queen b1 is about to be played. Queen a1. He played queen a1.
Wow.
He played queen a1. Huh. And that might be an inaccuracy.
Yeah, maybe queen b1 is stronger because definitely we shouldn't give the c2 square.
Would have rushed that, maybe rushed that a little bit. And I wonder how much the eval changes. Queen b2. Huh.
Huh.
Wait a second.
Solid and quiet.
Yeah.
Knight g2, okay.
Okay, so now he can repeat and go queen b1, b5. Yeah, queen b1 and b5. Well, now because the bishop's saying, I mean, there isn't too much else that can happen. Queen c1. Knight e1. Careful, Magnus, don't repeat. Does he want to just take on c4? Huh.
But
Or
then
b5. Still b5 looks great, doesn't it? I mean, b5 has to be good even here with the queen on c1. How does that hurt?
yeah.
Just b5. Now, b5 he's going to play. I mean, this is. I mean, what else is there?
Queen.
d2 keeps tightening the noose.
Okay, interesting.
Queen d2, the staircase, and after knight g2,
Knight c4. Is that what he
Oh
wants?
my goodness! Knight c4, knight f4.
Yeah,
What?
that's it.
But where's the mate? Okay, what does he want here? There's a win, but I don't see it.
Knight d3.
Ah, that's it. Because if knight f4, you just play knight f4 and mate is unstoppable. And if bishop d3, you take, you drag the king out, and you checkmate it with bishop d2. Oh, what an idea. Queen comes to d2 with the idea of securing the d3 square for the knight. Jeez. I think he just outthought the engine right there.
Okay, so we play rook h2.
Rook h2 here.
Yeah, because you need to make a move.
You do need to make a move. And then, well, what about this? I thought of a crazy idea.
What is that?
It's not gonna work. I was thinking of trying to get something to work like b5 takes.
Then
and-
bishop to queen e1.
But at the end of the day, remember that white is winning because the knight gets trapped. But these ideas do exist in some of these positions. Rook h2, I think, is a really strong move.
Basically, no other options.
What if you? So rook h2 is white in Zugzwang. Like, can black walk the king around all the way to, like, I don't know, c1 or something?
You can.
Now, I want to just explain that why is rook h2 effective? Because if black simply takes, yes, black wins back the exchange, but that bishop is a crucial aspect of the reason that white is paralyzed. Now f4 becomes an issue, and white starts to break free from the chain. So this position isn't about reclaiming the material. It's all about whether white can break free from, from the paralysis. And Fedoseev has gone queen g2. He has not gone rook h2.
Yeah,
He is rushing here. But he's trying to put the time pressure on Magnus.
Time is not a matter here.
All right, what to do for Carlsen?
Maybe your key moves looks good.
White is totally paralyzed. Just queen g2, queen g1 is going to follow for the rest of eternity.
Maybe it's, queen g2, rook g1, knight d3 would be his idea.
Mm-hmm. You know what the funny thing is? If the black king can't really cross a6 though, because the moment it gets to a6, there's c5 check. So that actually becomes a problem. There's no other way. There's no other pathway.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling black doesn't need that. He doesn't need the support of the king to conquer the position.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of a maneuver, but the problem is that, okay, maybe use the dark squared bishop somehow. I don't see a breakthrough, though. Not off the top of my head.
Still looks like one day b5 should be the threat.
Right. I agree. And he's about to make a move. What's it going to be?
King move.
He's going to move his king.
Okay.
He's going to make some improvements. Vladimir is just going to go queen g1, queen g2, and close his eyes.
Or maybe rook g1.
Or rook g1.
Because he got knight d3.
Oh, tricky idea. E6 apparently is possible to open up the position. That makes sense.
No,
E6
but wait, rook g1, maybe g5.
Ooh.
H5, h4, not sure.
Huh. Rook g1 is about to be played.
But g5, rook h1.
Yeah. And you don't want to, if that h1 runs, then white is losing.
Yeah.
So maybe Magnus, what he wants to do is just bring the king to c7 so it's far away from the danger, and then play e6 and open the position up. Vladimir has not gone rook g1 yet. He's hesitating. All right. So it's very important to understand yet again that this isn't about, +2, +3. Those black is the only one who can win. The question is there a concrete plan to make progress? Because if there isn't, you could play for 50 moves and nothing's going to change. But your idea, Yvonne, well, eventually g5 could become possible once the king leaves. The problem is that white's passed pawn could become dangerous as well. That has to be factored in.
Yes.
Rook g1.
But when you're king on g7, the passed pawn doesn't mean anything. But when your king transfer to c7, that would be different.
Yep. Yeah. G1 played.
This queen b2, queen c1, queen d2 is typical Magnus. Because we were looking at something more concrete, more dynamic, trying to create threats, but he basically just gives the opponent 0 chances and making the white most uncomfortable setups as possible.
Yeah, he's preserving the pressure, and it's crazy how he does that. He seems to win sometimes, and you think, well, what did he even do? But it's these maneuvers that completely tie his opponent down, and that's vintage Magnus. It's absolute vintage Magnus. He's continuing to search for a plan. We think that, it looks like e6 might be the way to go. And the idea of e6 is you want to take on d5. And regardless of the way that white takes, inroads are created that black can access with his pieces. If cd, then you have the b pawn. If ed, then that black light squared bishop might come out to f5 and preparing knight d3.
Yeah, but I just realized that knight to d3 makes nothing here. You can just take on d5 because you can never move the knight away because it will be a checkmate.
Right. Yeah, on g6. All right. Well, Magnus can make as many moves as he wants, so it's not an issue. He's going to make time control. This is not a position where you're really worried about the clock, unless you get into complications.
Safe.
Yeah, I think he's going to bring his king into he's going to bring his king to c7 first, and then he's going to start thinking.
Yeah, because white can do anything. Oh, by the way, maybe white should try something like queen h1, rook g5.
Mm-hmm.
No, but then that's losing. Even if you capture back and taking back the g5 pawn, this
you've got that h1.
Yeah.
Queen h1 played.
Oh, maybe some rook g3, queen g2, waiting one day to capture the g6. No, but there will be bishop h3 check. Huh?
Yeah, all of these lines are somehow allow black to infiltrate. Yeah, I think Magnus is going to keep walking his king over. King e8, king d8, king c7. This is an incredible positional game so far. That exchange sack and the patience with which Magnus has converted it. Queen a8, queen a2. Magnus has found some incredible moves in this game, but is he going to be able to put the finishing touches? We know how good he is in converting these positions. Normally I would be doubtful, but when it's in the hands of Magnus Carlsen, you just almost expect that he will find some way to break through. And I would encourage people to pause for a second and think about that. I mean, what that says about Magnus.
Yeah, definitely. Starting from this queen c8, b5, queen a8, queen a2, and then this a1, b2, c1, d2. It's just beautiful.
And that the patience with which Magnus has handled this is incredible, given, at first we thought he might have been still, sort of marinating on yesterday's defeat. Opening seemed a little iffy, and then he turned it on at some point. Switch came on, and f4, change sack. B5 was an amazing move.
E6 has been played.
E6 has been played, and he finds that idea too. And Vladimir's position starting to crumble at the seams here, it seems. Wow. I mean, he's playing like an engine. It's crazy. And this is not an easy position to play like an engine in. I mean, there's a lot of tempting options. And e6 does make a lot of sense, of course, because white is so paralyzed. You want to open up the position as much as possible.
Yeah, because after e5, of course, you won't take on e6 because then bishop e6.
Oh, yeah. This is over.
Then on c4, yeah. But if you allow e takes d5, c5, then simply pushing b pawn. And if you take back with the e pawn, then maybe bishop f5.
Yeah, and something will have to materialize here. Queen h. I mean, amazingly, I don't see exactly the win here. But okay, at this point, I mean, something has to manifest itself. There's just no way that there's nothing here. And by this point, Magnus will have made, oh no, he wouldn't have made the time control yet. But he can make a couple of waiting moves and then take his 30 minutes to crack open the position.
How many moves?
Well, currently they're on move 35. So Magnus has 5 moves remaining, including the 40th.
Yeah.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, even if you get less than 2 or 3 minutes, you just make some king moves, avoid repetition, then it will be fine.
Yeah, and I mean, this does look like an Alpha Zero game.
Yeah, indeed. That shows f5 at the very beginning is a great plan.
Yeah, and I think Magnus, Robert, who's in the chat, as much as I hate to acknowledge him, how terrible of a commentator he is, he makes a good point, which is that people love to crack jokes at Magnus' expense, but he's had a brilliant World Cup. He really has. And the Magnus always has to deal with the expectation that he's going to beat everybody with every color, and that completely misunderstands the reality of chess at the top level, where everybody's amazing, and it's hard to beat anybody over 2,600. And definitely over 2,700. So I think people need to appreciate how consistently he's playing, how many of these games he's won, and how in most cases he's able to take somebody like Fedoseev, who's barely lost a game himself, and immediately turn it into a one-sided affair through his brilliant play. So I really encourage people to pause for a second and contemplate that. And people will have an opportunity to pause, because I think it's time for us to go on a break. And Yifan, I think that means that you will be leaving us for today.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably I won't be able to join you here to see the result of this game.
No problem. We know it's very late, and as always, it's an absolute pleasure commentating with you, Yifan. And it appears that Magnus will drive this home. We will, of course, have Vishy on the other side of the break, but Yifan, it's been an honor as usual, and have a great rest of your night. And you'll be joining us, I think, tomorrow for game 2 of the final. So thank you so much, Yifan. And We will go on a quick break. When we come back, we will watch the conclusion of this brilliant game between Carlsen and Fedoseev with Vishy.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Bye.
And we are back at the FIDE World Cup once again. A great honor to be joined by Vishy, and some interesting proceedings today. Let's quickly, for those of you just joining, we remind you that Karjakin and Duda made a very quick draw with Sergey having the white pieces, but unable to create any serious chances against Jan-Krzysztof's Vienna variation. Vishy, what are your thoughts on this game? I mean, they were repeating, I think, a previous Duda game until Rook D1, and Yifan and I just weren't that impressed with this move. Was Karjakin sort of intending?
Well, in that game, they played Rook D1 without taking on C6.
Uh-huh.
And I think the difference is if you play Bishop D7, then I can capture and play D5. But if I start with Knight C6, then exactly what Duda did, and it's just a draw, I think.
Right, and we were thinking maybe White will take one of the pawns, but
yes,
and maybe
I think instead of Rook D1, Queen C6 check, and Queen D7 is supposed to be equal. Maybe this is even Aranya and Caruana, if I'm, but I'm.
Yeah, Queen D7 is very important. Not Bishop D7. It's very awkward.
Yeah.
But it has to be Queen D7. And then we thought maybe White could play this idea of just going, let's say Queen C2, and then at some point Bishop F6 and Knight E4. But Probably it's just nothing.
It
Probably it's
I mean, black has a solid square on d6 for his bishop. He can leave it there, and then I mean, it's ugly, but an extra pawn means that when you recover it, it'll simplify.
right.
I thought Karjakin just made a mistake in the opening, confused something, and I don't know. Did he say anything afterwards?
He wasn't on in our commentary booth, but I'll listen in after the broadcast. I really wonder what, because he struggled with black this tournament. I mean, especially against Sam. So, you know, he's had a struggle.
Yes, but I think generally Sergey feels very confident, and it's a long tournament, and so maybe even a quick draw is not entirely unwelcome, even though it's after a rest day. But
well, yeah, another rest day. Never hurt anybody. So, yeah, and the Fedoseev game, you were saying off broadcast, Sishi, that some odd play by Vladimir at various important junctures in this game, as we see Carlsen.
Well, just go back 2 moves ago. Just take one move back for both sides.
Sure. After e6.
Black played e6 here. Isn't the position just screaming for rook g5? What is wrong with rook g5? Why didn't he do it?
You gotta try to break free. Well, I guess.
Yes, I mean, I just want to sack that rook on e5 and play knight d3, and I think it's my only hope, really.
Should black contemplate taking and just taking, or is that?
Well, then I take and queen h2 here is very important. I have queen h2, and I thought it frees things up a bit.
Right, queen c1, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe queen h4, maybe f4, but f4 knight c4 could be unpleasant. Well, maybe it doesn't work tactically, but rook g3 is neither here nor there, isn't it?
Right. I mean, it lets black execute. And what's going to be Magnus's? I mean, I assume Vladimir will take with the e-pawn because cd-b5 looks unthinkable. What is going to be black's winning approach? Bishop f5.
I think Magnus can play, bishop f5.
So let's say
bishop a4, bishop d1, maybe.
Well, we're about to find out.
Okay, we'll find out exactly.
Right. ed5 has happened, and bishop f5 instantly by Magnus.
Okay.
How does white even wait?
Good. I mean, I guess I would now try to go. I would still go.
You would still go rook g5?
Well, maybe some other way. Maybe queen g2 and rook g5. But already queen c1 might just win. So.
Yeah, the train has passed, it seems.
Yeah.
But yeah, rook g5 immediately. Still queen c1? But then king.
Well, yeah, but now I can take and play queen f4 and take on c4 like that, and your queen still has no squares over there.
Now this pawn can bury. If queen g2, you can just play h4 to stop queen g3. Yes. Gosh, this is miserable.
Yeah, no, I think it's completely lost now. But
yeah, so bishop f5 played. And there's just no moves. Complete paralysis.
Yeah, I don't see one.
Rook g5 might be like the only move that doesn't allow some immediate win. Maybe queen g1. Magnus has that body language, kind of indicates that he knows. Yeah, so what if maybe queen g1? Where exactly is the killer blow here? He's going to move his rook.
Now he's going to go back to g1 or what?
Yep,
yes.
He just did.
Okay, so his idea is what? Knight g2, queen c1, check, knight e1 back or something.
Right. Though knight g2, there might be knight f3.
Knight f3, wow. No, then I have
knight f4.
Maybe knight d3 wins. Yes.
Oh.
That's curtains, yeah. So you don't have knight g2 actually.
Maybe just like king or something.
I mean, if black plays king e7, d8, c7, a7, a6, a4.
The problem is their a6 is a bit impassable because of c5 check.
Yes, I concede that, but still.
It is a funny idea. Well, Nigel Short is in the house. She might recommend that plan. So the question is this: where is the
What is
knockout?
White's next move if Black plays King E8 or something?
Rook G3.
Yeah, but then does Queen C1 work?
So let's say here.
Okay, he's gone King F7.
Same concept. Yeah, Rook G3 might be box, because if Queen G2, then then Queen C1. I don't know. Queen H1. Maybe White should play Queen G2.
Queen G2, Knight D3, isn't it over?
Oh. Takes. Yep. I agree. It is. So you have to go Rook G3.
Yes.
Been played, and now Queen C1, King G2. You could even play Queen C1 and Bishop D2. After King D2. Forget the rook. I'm going for.
No, then I'll play F4, right?
So here, and then you
F4.
have this nasty. Oh yeah, that is a very nasty move. So I guess Black shouldn't move the bishop away.
No. Actually, once again, White doesn't have a move. Unless he's going to repeat King F1 and G2, F1, G2.
White has found a new way to repeat. But King F1, then Bishop D2, maybe.
No, I thought after Queen D2, but you're right. If White still doesn't have a move. Because if you go Queen F1, then I can go Queen D2 and lock you in. and that's just a lock. Yeah, he can move the king to
a couple pitiful king moves,
and then go Knight G2 and slowly. But
like a Harry.
I mean, Black might be able to play G5, H5, H4 if he wants. Here, for instance.
Right. Yeah. So Magnus has 2 moves until the time control. Knight D7. So you're going to D4.
Why not?
Yeah, first class plane ticket to D4. And does White have anything to put in Black's way? Wow.
Yeah, tough.
Maybe you should try Knight G2.
But then check in Bishop D2 and I win the piece, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is over.
I think that's it. Even Rook G4 might be possible briefly.
All right.
But take Bishop B1, unfortunately. Otherwise, it almost half works. But
yeah, this is a. Do you think White was better out of the opening, and then Fedoseev started going astray at some point?
When Magnus played King H7, threatening the Rook on F4, not threatening, but threatening to sack the exchange, instead of Knight D1, it occurred to me that he could play Rook G1.
So
I haven't checked this. I noticed it just very fast, and I wanted to go Rook G1 here. Of course, it begs the question why Magnus didn't sack the exchange a move earlier, but that's another story. But now if you take and go Bishop H6, I'll play Rook G5, and I want to move my queen and play F4. Isn't that half decent?
That's a cool idea. Kind of a prophylactic idea against the exchange.
Yes. Well, then the question arises, why did Magnus not take one move ago with the Rook on H1?
Yeah. I mean, he might have wanted something like B5 simultaneously. Okay,
but then now I can I take on E5 and go Queen G5? No, you have Rook F6 in play and nothing's going on.
And then Bishop F4 is.
I could still improve with.
You can play knight d1 now.
Yes.
Potentially. But then rook c8. I mean, I felt like this rook a3 move by Fedoseev was it made sense, but I don't know. Maybe it allowed too much activity. Yeah, Vladimir thinking after knight d7. I mean, this h4 move has been taking the world by storm in many different types of positions. Rook g5. It's about time.
Well, then you should have done it 5 moves
Right.
ago.
A dollar, what's the expression? Day late and a dollar short, or the other way around. So how does black handle that? It's white number 40. I guess the question is, should black take that? Because rook takes f5 is an idea. That's a serious threat, of course.
Well, I could go bishop b1. Then you'll go queen h3, and I think you might be breaking free. Because if I go knight c5, you have queen c8. Just about in time to create some counterplay. I mean, even that looks bad, but because I can play bishop g5, head g5, bishop f5 back. That's not going to be nice.
But it doesn't seem in Magnus's style to allow. Whoops.
Yeah.
So move 40 for black, and he's got 7.5 minutes. Yeah, rook g5 is definitely better late than never. But
I
so
kind of feel that a few moves ago it was, I mean, not for an advantage, but it did solve a lot of problems when if he had done it with the tension still there, because he would have had this f4 break as well, maybe, and so on. Now he's after e5, there's no force left in f4.
Right. Magnus is captured. And one idea is to continue with the maneuver knight c5, knight b3, knight d4.
Yeah, queen h2, king e7.
Right. And then maybe f4 should be played nonetheless.
But then I go knight b3, and then you're going queen g3 and trying to crawl up. Okay.
Yep.
In fact, the queen e3 by now is check.
Right, with the king on 7. So knight c5, we're looking at queen h2. That's a bit of an annoying move. Could you go knight b3, queen d6, bishop h3? Oh yeah, that is winning. So I think knight b.
Yes.
What am I missing? B bars.
Well, maybe queen d6.
Anyway.
Bishop h3, king g1 takes, king h2, and hope for a perpetual.
That might occur because check and queen g6, or even if white ends up down a piece, but with a lot of these pawns, it's going to be unsafe.
Exactly. Queen f6 takes g6 and put it back somewhere and throw in g6. You might just about kick up enough dust.
Right. Yeah. It can be annoying in these positions, just all this small little counterplay. And so what else exists here?
What's the move number, by the way?
41. So both players have made time control. So conceivably Magnus could take an eternity here to figure out the most precise continuation. I guess queen takes g5 should be considered, but it just doesn't seem like, it seems like it lets white prolong the game, queen h2. I'm not sure.
It's probably the best move. It's probably what the computers would do, but you know, when you've got someone unable to move, then you like to tighten the nose, not release it.
Right. There is also, I don't know, this is just bad. So this line, let me just show it on the board. Queen h2, king e7, and somehow f4. This still has to be winning though.
Maybe knight d3 is just over. The queen ending is 1.
So I have to take.
Yeah, take. You take. Queen d3 check.
Let's say here.
G1, G2, where do you want to go?
And you take.
Yeah, I have to, because if I go queen d1, king h2, then I have not gained anything. But let's say queen takes there. And now if you play f5, I have queen c1 takes g5 takes f5.
Ah, even better. Yeah, you win both pawns.
So you'll go queen h3. I go queen takes d5. You go queen c8. Maybe this is already quite a bit of counterplay.
Gets annoying. Yeah.
Nah, bishop d, knight d3 looks bad. It's a good high.
But somehow it's not. Okay, moves have been played. Knight e5, I think.
Back to
gone.
e5.
Huh. That's interesting.
But now if I go queen h4, what does he want?
Exactly, that was what I was thinking.
Maybe he goes back to c1. No, he goes queen c1, sorry.
Now knight d3 becomes a threat, but then queen d, bishop h3 has to be not forgotten about. I'm going to wait for it to update, and then we're going to analyze on the board. So knight e5, played by Magnus. All right, so, whoops. Knight e5, queen h4, queen c1. Yeah, no moves. You go here, and there's bishop h3.
Yeah.
And if you go f4, then there is.
Then knight d3 wins material. Or just knight f4. Yeah, bishop h3.
Or this,
cool.
Yeah. So is it over, or does white have anything other than queen h4?
No, it's over. The only question is there any single trap left? Because, clearly the valuation is not in doubt anymore.
I mean, if you throw the pawn, black could even take it, and then you lose everything at this point.
I mean, queen f4, and then the endgame is winning, right?
White still has no moves. Bishop takes h, no, it's nothing. Yeah, we might see resignation also.
Yes.
Imagine it's disgusting to play this against Magnus after time control. You're suffering. I was wondering, Vishy, I mean, maybe that you can call me out on just this is bunk, but I think players' tolerance for suffering in bad positions is not only has defensive skill improved objectively, but players are more willing, I think, to suffer through long defensive tasks. Whereas earlier, it just seemed like there was a little bit less tolerance of that in general. Not to try to accuse, older players from past generations of not having the tenacity, but do you think there's something psychological about the improvement in defensive skill at the top level? Or is it
very much? There are many areas where the computer has influenced our thinking, and hanging on for dear life is one of them. I mean, you realize that even positions which are lost still have a little bit of life left in them. And I think it's one of the reasons you don't resign. There were a few people who never resigned even earlier, but that was just stubbornness, I think, whereas now there are this idea of just asking your opponent to prove it. I mean, dead lost positions, nobody wants to thrash on, but in some position like this, a mistake and you could get a perp. So this is, I think, you have the right to hope for a miracle.
Yeah, that's the sense I get, is everybody's looking. in almost any position for the tiniest sliver of opportunity.
Also, you're discussing your position, but if you have only one move each time, then you might as well make it and see what happens. So.
Right. Nothing to lose at that point, paradoxically. Magnus seems like he has the face of someone who's got it all figured out, which he has, of course. Not too much to figure out anymore. Yeah, he managed to motivate himself for the game today. We had the impression at first he was a little bit disconcerted, but somehow he got it together, once he sacked the exchange, and then a brilliant sequence afterward. And I was also wondering if you think Fedoseev, is he more disappointed that he doesn't make the candidates, or do you think he's happy at the opportunity to play Magnus? Which one outweighs the other? What was this?
I can't believe playing Magnus doesn't compare to the candidates, because the candidates is way more important.
Right.
I mean, you can make some sort of consolation out of this, but of course you would take the candidates. Not that he would have to beat Karjakin, but the way he lost must have been disappointing for him. And I think he probably hasn't gotten over the disappointment either, because he had a very good tournament up until that point, and then it's always very sad when you throw everything away. You've played a good tournament, everything, and then one day the whole thing just goes away. So he must be very disappointed.
And if you think about it, 2 losses, including today and tomorrow. If Magnus wins, it'll be 3 losses to end the tournament. And that's sort of what you focus on, is the way the tournament ends. You can play an amazing tournament and lose in the last round, and that's all you think about.
Well, my personal experience is sometimes I'll be -2 or something, and then I'll win the last round game and I'll leave the tournament in a good mood. Mm-hmm. Or I'll be +2 and I'll lose the last round game and I'll go in an awful mood, even though I'm a whole point higher than in the other version. So I think emotionally, how you sign off is much more important than what your total score is.
Right. And the flight back is entirely dependent on
your last round game.
On the last round is, or the closing, your face in the closing ceremony, your mood in the closing ceremony.
Sure.
And I get the sense that Vladimir might think for a while and just give up. All my talk of not resigning, but this one just seems very.
On the other hand, he might make a few more moves as well. I mean, once you've stayed this long, you might as well. I don't know. There is no fun way of going out. So let's put it like that.
Right. Yeah, 4 queen f4. Wow. Yeah, this line of h4 will probably enter the mainstream, though. It seems like black is not.
It is the mainstream right now, actually. There's so many guys who throw it in, though maybe it's almost, it dominates in rapid and blitz rather than the classical just yet.
Right, but Sam beat Svidler with it earlier.
Yes.
And they're playing h4 earlier and earlier these days. And he stopped the clock.
Yes, and he's resigning.
And that's totally understandable. The game is just over. And Magnus Carlsen defeats Vladimir Fedoseev with the black pieces in game 1 of the 3rd place match. An amazing positional game, exchange sacrifice. This will be analyzed and reviewed in videos. This was a vintage Magnus game, as he defeats Fedoseev, who, of course, is still suffering from the disappointment of not making the candidates. What a game by the world champion. He's still not going to be happy that he's not playing for first place, but this is rating-wise, Vishy, rating-wise, he might even be happier if he defeats Fedoseev twice than if he gets a little.
He gets some points back, but it's interesting that in classical chess, his lead is now so big. I mean, Fabi has dropped off, and he was the only real contender for the number 1 rating. That it was a cheeky comment, but it struck me that he might actually be more interested in his blitz rating now than in his classical rating.
Right. Yeah, it's classical
In the
domination.
same way that I think the World Cup matters more to him now than the World Championship.
The World Championship, yeah.
It's what he doesn't have. But Magnus does seem to be indicating that instead of going back to G1 and snuffing out his hopes of castling because he never got to disentangle, that Fedoseev could have castled at one point. Basically, even allowing bishop h3 and bishop takes f1, it was worth doing just to liberate your pieces because you might still have enough equality.
Yeah, this was the moment where, and I think Yifan indicated this, queen h1, and despite appearances, this idea of knight g2 f4, it makes it very hard for black to preserve the bind. And I think Fedoseev probably ruled this out instinctively just because he saw bishop h3. Shows the importance of not stopping your calculation prematurely, of course. Easy for me to say.
Yeah.
I'm very good at driving the car from the back seat. And as they analyze, the game concludes. And rumors of Magnus's downfall or slump are greatly exaggerated as per usual. I think he's...
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Magnus has had an excellent tournament. It's just when Magnus does it, they say it's a failure, but almost anyone else would take his tournament with both hands.
Well, yeah, there's always this expectation.
It's only this one rapid and one minor slump. But Duda's achievement is phenomenal nonetheless. I mean, he held Magnus both games and then was never really worse in the match, and that's important.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And as they continue analyzing the game, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, we are going to wrap up today's coverage of the finals. We had a very interesting affair between Magnus and Fedoseev. We're going to draw some concluding thoughts when we come back. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Yet another day at this marathon. FIDE World Cup is in the books. Game one of the finals has concluded. We had a quick draw in our first place match between Sergey Karjakin and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with Duda again showing excellent confidence in the opening preparation, and Sergey potentially confusing something, but a quick draw is the results. And Magnus Carlsen defeating Fedoseev with black in the third place matchup. As we check out the bracket, we see how many amazing players have been knocked out, how far Jan-Krzysztof Duda has gone to be in the place that he is. And of course, game two of the finals will be tomorrow at the usual time, 8 a.m. Eastern time, 5 a.m. Pacific, followed by the tiebreak, if necessary, for either of the matchups. And Vishy, it's interesting that it's only 2 games for the finals this time. I think it's a reasonable amendment. What do you think? Do you think that's a good rule change? Because normally, of course, the finals are 4 games.
Yes. You can't suddenly change the final and make it 4. I don't see the point. And on top of that, this year, the tournament was extra long because they added more participants at the beginning. So It seems like a fair decision. Yeah,
I think the players are definitely at the end of their ropes. We can see that Duda and Karjakin will definitely need another rest day. And what a day it was. An incredible game by Magnus, but the time has come for us to wrap up. And as per usual, first, I'd like to thank the entire audience. We had, as usual, tens of thousands watching across the platforms. This would not be possible without everybody's viewership and support and skipping meetings to watch the game. Not just kidding. We're never be in support of that. But a big thank you to everybody watching, to our incredible production team, and Bick, who works very, very hard to make sure everything runs so smoothly. And of course, Huyafan and Vishy. I know you joined toward the end of the rounds this time around, but nonetheless, it's a great honor. And I know we all very much appreciate your insights. So thank you, Vishy. And we will have you again tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have an interesting affair between Duda and Karjakin. All right. Well, thank you to everybody. Another day in the books at the World Cup. Finals game 2 tomorrow at 8 a.m. We will see you then. Goodbye for now.